Hello and welcome to the Off-Grid Dev Stream. Thanks for joining me. My name is Rich Metzen. I am one of the designer developers behind Off-Grid. We run a small studio called Sumaeopus. It's made up of 3 designer programmers, 1 part-time artist, 1 part-time biz dev. It's lovely to have you all with us tonight. I'm going to be playing through a little bit of the Off-Grid demo and a little bit of the kind of behind the scenes of what we're working on at the moment as well, to give you a bit of a sneak peek of what's to come. So thank you very much for coming along. We're excited to show you some potentially some new stuff that you haven't seen before as well. Make sure that you do pipe up in the chat, say hello, all that kind of thing. I'm keen on making sure that people get in questions whenever they want. I'm keeping my eye on stuff. So ask your questions here. I will write in the chat. Yeah, really keen to hear what people think, get into elaborating on stuff that they are interested in hearing more of, that kind of thing. So yeah, without further ado, I guess I'll probably jump straight into it in a moment. I'm gonna just pull up my little streaming plan quickly here. There we go, got that. Always important. If you're just picking up on this, or if you've seen any of the links promoting it, please do give us a retweet. Get your friends in here. It helps us get seen by more people. The algorithm in Steam basically picks up on who's watching, where, and when. So yeah, do give us a retweet. Give us a shout out. Help us get this this stream up and viewed by more people, get more people downloading the demo, more people engaged with Off-Grid and what we're doing here. So just as a quick kind of overview, I suppose, if this is the very first time you're seeing Off-Grid, Off-Grid is a stealth hacking game where data is your most powerful weapon. We've sort of said it's about this Googling IoT hot mess of a world we live in. As our tagline goes, data is your most powerful weapon in Off-Grid. So essentially, instead of collecting weapons or ways to dispatch your adversaries, in Off-Grid you're collecting data and hacking tools in order to collect the data on characters and manipulate their behavior to get them out of the way for you. We'll jump into a bit of that, a bit more of that as we get into the game, I suppose. So let's show you something a little bit new, I think. We're going to start off with a bit of a work in progress level that I've been pushing around. So let me switch over to that. Just around OBS again. There we go. Should all still be able to see me there. Do remember to shout me if the audio is too low in any way, shape or form, if the game's too loud, that kind of thing. Got all kinds of controls in here for that kind of stuff. Yeah, cool. Let's get the Off-Grid game going. So, a few people may well be watching having seen some of Off-Grid before. They'll be familiar with this map screen. The whole idea is you are based in a city that is overly surveilled. It's a dystopian type setup. Your levels kind of take place on these tiles. And the game is also moddable, so you can see in the background there's a whole bunch of extra levels in the background. Those are actually mods by some of our what we've termed first access community, people who've got access to our modding tools and early builds of the game from backing us on Kickstarter. They've been making bits and pieces in terms of mods and pushing them through, and that's me testing some of them out. You won't be able to see those mods in the demo at the moment, because technically it's a different app ID and the way that stuff works. But mods are something that you'll be able to experience when we get to a public beta that we will probably be doing sometime in the not too distant future. If you're interested in that kind of thing and playing more of Off-Grid in the future as it evolves, as it becomes more fleshed out and better polished, do jump on our Discord. Our Discord is discord.gg/Sameapus. I'll put it in the chat again. Discord.gg/Sameapus. There'll be opportunities to sign up for betas and stuff in the future. 295 Rubly. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for jumping in the chat and asking a question. They say, hi, will this game be more like Watch Dogs or more like indie hacking games like Hacknet or Uplink? That is a good question, and I would like to think that we're kind of the perfect hybrid of those two things. So essentially, Off-Grid is a hacking game that takes some of the authenticity of things like Uplink, where you are using Unix commands and kind of referring to SSH and genuine hacking techniques. It'll take a lot of the drama, and hopefully you'll see that the drama of Uplink. I don't think you can beat Uplink for the sort of tense feeling of bouncing your proxies between machines and being connected to the university's server systems as your first proxy and all that kind of stuff. I still remember the first time I played Uplink years ago now, quite some years ago. If anyone hasn't checked out Uplink, they really have to. It's an old game, but it is seriously good, and it's probably, I don't know, it's the father of hacking games. It is absolutely, it's a magnum opus, as they say. Anyway, I was saying, I remember one of the first times that I played Uplink years and years and years ago, kind of getting to a point where I was thinking, damn, am I going to have to pull the Ethernet cable out the back of my computer? I got sort of mildly panicked, sweaty palms, and I was sort of feeling like I had to pull my motherboard out and drill holes in it. It really had that tense sort of thing going. And so Off-Grid picks up a bit of that, but of course it is also a third-person game. So Off-Grid being a third-person game, it's going to look and feel more familiar to something like Watch Dogs. You'll see how the hacking tools work, and I'd like to say we've paid more attention to hacking than Watch Dogs did. If you know me, if you've followed me on social media or read some of the articles that have been written about Off-Grid in Eurogamer, for instance, you'll know I have some fairly sharp criticisms of Watch Dogs, and specifically the use of violence within hacker culture. I think essentially Watch Dogs does a lot of damage to something that is overly vilified already as it is. Hackers get a bad rap. We know that, but they actually get an especially bad rap when they are misassociated with violent crime. And yeah, we can dig into that a little later, I think. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to jump into the demo. There's a few bits that are still work in progress in it, which means I'm going to skip over where I know there are little buggy bits. So, like, for instance, we've got this intro scene that we're working on at the moment. It's meant to be a part playable mission. If you've seen our trailers or anything like that, you'll have seen some of the clips from it. But there's a couple of places where I'm working on the interactive sections and the tutorialization, and it kind of, basically the cameras kind of go a little bit awry where I've started to set that up. But it sets the tone of the game. Because, and the reason that I want to pull this up is because Off-Grid is about a father-daughter relationship, essentially, and you kind of need to see this stuff to get a sense of where we're going. So this is your main character, Joe. There's some missing tables and floating things here.
Hey, Dad.
Hey.
She's basically got a set of Google glasses, sort of AR glasses for you. She's going to set up hacking tools on.
Coming right up.
And this is where it starts to break because of the interactive stuff. So I'm going to hit backspace, to skip through. But essentially, Jen, she's your hacker daughter. She's the tech-savvy one in the family. You're a total noob. You've got no idea about how to even, well, my generation would say program the VCR. I think probably most people today would be more like update the firmware on the thermostat. Oh, hang on, sorry, I'm done. Just actually switch out of that. So anyway, she's the one who is essentially helping you work out what to do with all the technology in your life. If that makes sense. So we're going to start with the workplace level. Pull that up and jump straight into it. This is one of the kind of earlier levels that tutorializes the apps. So as I said, Jen, who is your daughter, she's potentially been up to some shenanigans. What has kind of happened is, over breakfast, she gives you a set of new glasses. They're like an AR glasses type thing that you can connect your phone and your apps to. She connects your basic apps like your calendar, your helper tool, which looks for IoT devices and other devices around you, gives you clues on what to do with them. Your iNews, your iTunes, just turn on here. So those are all basically that your HUD is seen through your AR glasses.
Hello, is anybody there?
But over breakfast, when she gives you these glasses, she basically gets bundled away by the security forces, the authorities. And you're not really sure what's going on. I mean, you've always known that Jen was kind of a bit of an outsider. She's, you know, and she's very sort of computer oriented, keeps to herself. But you never thought that the police would be knocking on your door one day. So over breakfast, she's bundled away. You're like, what is going on? And the arresting detectives, essentially, or the arresting officers, essentially, they taser you and tell you, well, she's in some serious trouble, sir. Here's a notice to do with national security. She'll be in custody for 90 days. We'll call you. And you're left at that. The next thing you know, you get a phone call from one of Jen's compadres, a friend of hers. And I've just seen McFlyers in the chat, looks like on Twitch, writing in lead speak. Good evening, sirs. Good evening, my friend. So basically, a hacker friend of Jen's gets in touch and says Jen's in some serious trouble. She's basically part of a hacktivist crew, and you're like, what? My daughter's not a hacker? No way. That's not true. You're lying. And he's like, well, look, what I'm telling you is a bunch of us, we've all been raided at the same time. We are essentially on the run, and we're having to go into hiding. We need you to find out what is going on. And so he sends you into your workplace to prove that your boss and a whole bunch of other people are spying on you. So that's what we are doing now. And we walk into the offices, and to prove a point,
shells on your bootstrap. There's no place
he routes
like
a couple of
127.0.0.1.
TVs around you. This is not a sequence that's fully implemented yet, so you can imagine these TVs flashing up with blue screens and being hacked, and some interesting speech to text lines like you can potentially hear in the background here.
Connect your phone to this machine. We are
It
going
says,
to flash
head
it.
to your office, there's going to be a package waiting for you.
Hey.
My systems will eat your
So
young.
that's where we've headed to.
Oh, okay, I see.
Some placeholder audio in there at the moment. So here's the package, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Pick that up. And in that package, in our inventory, just open that up. We've got some, again, placeholder art here waiting for the actual art of things, but there's an SD card in that package. We pick that up, and that SD card has a tool called Rootkey on it. It says, this is a potentially dangerous operation and can result in data loss. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Yes, is the answer. Of course. That pulls all the old apps off of your phone and installs new firmware, secures the device, successfully roots it. It says hit install Black iOS AR pen testing tools. Hit install to install the base Black iOS toolset. So hit install. Deshmukh Pra. This looks a lot different from the demo version. Yeah. Deshmukh, I essentially thought it would be interesting to show folks a little bit more of what I'm working on currently in the game. So this is one of the earlier levels than the demo. We will actually move on to playing the demo level a bit after this as well, so you get to see a few things hopefully. But yeah, good to have you here. So we've installed the base toolset. We hit OK there. We're installing CryptChat, which is the essentially the Signal equivalent in the game. That's what's just popped up here. But we don't have his PGP key or his encryption key yet. It's just we've just generated our own. So Smedley, who is the hacker who's gotten in touch with us, says, okay, that's your phone and glasses rooted, some basic tools, and most importantly, CryptChat is installed. Let me send you my public key. And you say, well, what's a public key? Smedley's like, I'll explain another time. Okay. On its way, we'll ping you securely when you have it. Leave chat. So, system public key added to keychain. Ah, that's better. Right, this is CryptChat. See the padlock in the top right corner of this window? It means we have exchanged public keys and we're having an encrypted conversation. Okay, sure. Encrypted chat is no small feat since the government's digital commerce bill came in. It used to be a lot easier, but we can get into that later. First point of business, you can review these messages at any time. Just hit pause and go to the messages tab. Cool. Anything important that we talk about, I will flag, and it will then also be generated in the task list, the encrypted task list app that you have. It will make it easier to see what you need to do. Again, you can review your current tasks in the pause menu under the tasks tab. Joe says, ooh, I've never used the task thingamabob. Smedley says, no probs, we have a lot to learn here. So, you're going to tell me what I'm doing here? In fact, are you going to tell me what you are doing here? Joe says. Smedley says, look, all I know is your boss knows something and we need to work out what. How is that? No idea yet. Find a way into his email, I guess. Joe says, well, I don't have access. Smedley says, get into his computer then. Joe says, well, it's in his office. Smedley says, well, there you go then, coming up with a plan of attack already. I'm so proud of you, Joe. Joe says, what? No, I mean, gah! End of chat. So, as you can see, we're kind of playing this noob who's kind of pretty hesitant to jump into the hacking world. The idea of having had some hacking tools installed on his phone already is not something that's necessarily right up his street, but his daughter's gone missing, and I mean, if it was you, I'm sure you'd do pretty much anything, right? So this is where we are. Smedley says, we're talking over encrypted comms now, so I can speak a little more freely. I know that your boss is colluding. My advice is to get into his email. Your first piece of the puzzle might be sitting in there. Joe says, how do I do that? Well, I've already tried the network doors and his office is locked. I guess look around for some kind of RFID card writer or key cards. Is there a maintenance room or department in the office? Joe says back, well, it's more of an elaborate broom cupboard, but yeah, upstairs. Smedley says, okay, sounds like your first port of call. Leave the chat. So, little Easter egg in here. Actually, McFly, you'll enjoy this. Maybe, McFly, try and get a screenshot of this quickly. Over there is Emmanuel and Kyle's 2600 van parked in the car park. Give me a thumbs up when you've seen that. That might be something that's worth actually giving them the Hope guys. That's Hackers on Planet Earth for everyone at home. Give the Hope guys a shout and see whether they'll retweet a picture of their van. I might do that actually. McFly, let me know. I better take a screenshot of it too. So, as I said, the name of the game here is we have got to get into this office belonging to our boss. There's the secretary. She's essentially in the way of us just heading straight in there, and it's locked anyway.
Joe, you know full well you shouldn't be in there.
She's telling me I shouldn't be in there already. Okay, yep, no worries, it's fine. I won't go in there. Just get out of there before I get in trouble. McFly did see it. McFly, let me know, did you get the picture? Did you get a screenshot?
I wonder how football's going.
Careful here. So, we're looking for the maintenance room. Wait for her to disappear around the corner. Did not get that. I have to make a screenshot. Oh, you still need to make the screenshot. Oh, we'll head back down there quickly so you can get it. Are you ready to get a screenshot? I don't think I can. I can attempt. Let's head down there. For people at home, I know I'm talking a little cryptically here. This is a sort of small Easter egg that you're getting to kind of get a little clue on, and it might actually, you know, if you play the game later, once it's complete, once she's typing in the right direction, for instance, might turn out to be handy or helpful for you in completing some other stuff. But essentially, that van belongs to a very well-known hacker called Emmanuel Goldstein, who set up 2600 magazine, which was kind of the first official, or one of the oldest and longest running hacker magazines, like started in the 80s. And he runs a radio show all about hacking called Off the Hook Radio, which has been on the radio since the 80s as well. Like, serious person within the hack culture. So yeah, just screenshot. McFly, did you get one? Right. Back to the chat anyway. Dark Venom got it. There we go. 295 Ruby says 2600 hacking van. Exactly. So nice. A few people in the chat know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's a little Easter egg for you all, and it's a little clue to some folks that will be appearing in Off-Grid in various ways, shapes, or forms in the future, which is kind of cool. Where did she go to though? Oh, she's over there. That's okay. Right, so we're looking for the maintenance room, essentially. Careful with her hanging around near it. Just said, core, this job is boring. Okay, we're alright. So this is before any of the real tools have been installed. Maintenance, there we go. Actually, been caught out in a bug here before, so I'm going to shut that door. Woo! And there's a cheaty dev laptop up in here. Won't be able to find that in here in the future, I don't think. Or if you will, I might have to put it between a very, very complex password or chain of events in order to get hold of it. But there is an RFID writer, and this is called the Huang Tech RFID copy 4550. The equipment is only for legal purpose. Please strict comply very with relevant laws and regulation. The use of all the consequences are of the equipment involved. Company does not assume any responsibility. Consent statement. Please press confirm. Otherwise, please shut down. So obviously this is a fairly cheap RFID writer that we've got hold of. We can hit confirm, and it's got no password locking it, and it's got the security keys for the building. So that's handy. Just gotten a tweet, a message from Smedley. Says, right, that maintenance key card should get you into his office. Next up is getting the staff member out of the way. Joe is like, how do I do that? Well, this is where things start to get interesting. I'm sending you a tool called Spectrum. It will allow you to see the data on the network. Okay. Have a play with it, Smedley says. Left trigger or mouse wheel extends your distance in the network so you can map it. Once we have a scan of the networks, I'll drop you a message with some ideas. Okay. Leave chat. So this is what Spectrum looks like. It starts to basically see messages, data packets sent. We're currently only on the 4G network. Pardon me. So we can see text messages that are being sent. We actually have a couple of settings here. Display location data. Yep. You can display different types of data. There's meant to be more thorough kind of filtering in the game. This guard is right in front of us. As you can see, they're generating a load of data in front of us. So you can essentially start to use the network usage of different characters to pick out where in the level they are, how they're behaving. And as the game progresses, you start to pick out how they might behave, how you can change how they behave. Is that person gone? I think so. So we've got to get back down to the office that we needed to get into now that we have the key card. Over there. The nice thing about having a stealth game that you're playing, there's plenty of waiting around the corner for the adversary you're currently pitched against to, well, in this case, stop reading her phone. Which, when you're streaming, is quite nice because I have a nice whiskey Manhattan to the left of me, so I can take a nice sip of my Manhattan with the hand that I need for playing the game while we wait. So, Medley. Okay, now you should have been able to see the data on the networks with Spectrum. Next, we're going to use the SSH tool to see if we can pick up any open devices. You'll have to explain that to me. Smedley says, well, the next tool I'm sending you is SSH connection. With this tool on while you are also in Spectrum view, you should start to see devices being targeted or highlighted with a reticle. Hitting A or left mouse button should then attempt to make a connection. Okay? Try targeting some devices. You'd be surprised how many of these devices are badly secured with default credentials like admin or admin password. This tool will probe any target device and see if you can get into it off the back of improper or lazy configuration. Okay. So, for those of you who haven't heard of SSH, that's stands for Secure Shell Host. Basically, it's a protocol for connecting and getting a shell on another device. A shell. What's the H in SSH stand for, though? Matzor has given me a winky face. I know the secure shell part. It's the H bit at the end. It's host? I think it's host. Yeah, we've got some devices that are showing up. Here's this printer that we can SSH into. The H doesn't have a word for it. Really? That's what Matzor says. Okay, maybe it doesn't. That would be crazy. If so. Right, so we hit purge in the settings there. Most of the devices in the rest of the demo, as you'll see, are more fleshed out than this, but for now this just says purge. And we didn't hear it, but she's just said, "Oh my god, the printer is on the blink. I'm gonna have to go and get some more ink now." You know, she would usually be typing in the right direction. But we essentially need her to go and get distracted with something and look the other way before we can go into the office, because otherwise what happens is she calls security lights. Oh, Neuron Basher says SH as in shell, as in bin, SH as in bash. Yeah. Yes, Neuron Basher, you are spot on. Matzor says, I'm a backer, Linux sysadmin by trade, lol. I'm a backer too. so you're both right. But so is SSH always spelt in lowercase as well then? Either way, now not only have we all learnt something, we're able to go forth and bash shells. In the safe knowledge that the H doesn't have a word associated with it. Right, so she's off in the other direction trying to order more printer ink. We're going to sneak into the office quickly. Smedley says, well, looks like you have your eyes on the prize. I'm actually going to just disappear into here because I've definitely been spotted by her in the past. Got some fixes on the prop or two there. Don't get seen in here or it's over. Yeah, fair enough. Right, so we've completed the task getting to McGill's office. Office was locked, so it's unlikely his computer will be unlocked, but always worth a try. If you have any trouble, there are always useful bits of information left lying around in old school hard copy. People leave written reminders to themselves in the stupidest of places. Oh lord, it's Windows XP, they're doomed. Yeah. Yep, you've spotted it. People leave written reminders to themselves in the stupidest of places. Okay. Smedley says, your phone has a couple of basic tools on it that we can make use of. Scanning anything of importance with written information will save that info as a file. Try it out with anything that looks interesting on McGill's desk. I can't believe I'm doing this. So. Just a second. Right. So, I think I said to you, like, just in case you forget what you're up to, you can hit the Tasks tab, get into McGill's emails. This is what we've done so far. Review methods. Although, there's a bug there. Messages are overlapping. All of them are overlapping. Nice. Sort of like the Zalgo of the SMS world. The off-grid SMS world. Right. So, he's definitely looking at something interesting there on these post-it notes. We'll scan that. Scanning text to TXT. Thanks. That makes getting into his email a tad easier. It looks like we've got something there. It's the files. Boss's password.txt. View that. It's cool. His password is Good Boy Mo. He's got a dog called Mo too, it would seem. So then, basically, accessing any device requires sticking data view on. Not enough information to guess password. We have a bug. Password okay. Okay, opening shell. Work hours, mail service, backup messages. What does the letter say? I haven't read it yet. You can easily view the contents of a file by hitting Start Escape, then going to the Files tab and hitting the View option in the file you want to read. Okay, I'll take a look. Cool. Next step is getting to high ground so we can set up a mesh node and you can dump that dock for me. We need to get onto the roof now, and if anyone has a pass with the authority to get up there, it will be this guy. Have a look to see if there is an access pass anywhere you can scan. I can't believe I'm doing this. Leave chat. So, essentially, we have proof now. There is a national security letter. Still got to fill in the flavor text on this, but essentially, this is the government compelling Joe's boss to spy on him and his and try and work out whether there's any useful information that they can pass over pertaining to his daughter. So that's been in place for some time. Joe has been working his job, and all of his colleagues have been secretly spying on him by request of Her Majesty. So scan the key card on this jacket. That's useful. Hopefully she's not going to see us. Oh. Let's get out of here. Oh crap. Moving? Okay. So get to the rooftop is the next thing. Iceman says, what are those green nodes besides the shell window? Oh, like these are data points. So anytime you receive a text message, anytime any character receives a text message, anytime your phone has a GPS ping, you leave a data point in this kind of, well, essentially on network. The reason that you can see it is your kind of AR glasses are kind of like, if you imagined a tool called Wireshark in 3D space, that's kind of what this is doing. It's sniffing packets and listing them for you to then look at and read. And each new network you get onto gives you more data, more devices you have access to do stuff to. And you'll see we kind of end up being able to manipulate characters with their data. She's hanging around a bit. All these guards kind of read their phones for quite some time. I think I'm going to reduce quite how much. I mean, the joke is, right, everyone is glued to their phones in Off-Grid. But sometimes it makes the stealthing quite lengthy. Matzor says, love the smell of social engineering in the evening. Spot on. Spot on. At the moment, our character hasn't been taught how to socially engineer anyone yet, but very much a part of the game as we progress. By the way, feel free to keep asking questions in the chat. Iceman's got another one. And let me just get safe. Try and get up onto the roof here, and should be able to answer your question without. Okay. Right, so Iceman says, that's a lot of data to go through. How is the user supposed to find the actual node from that complex grid? So, the answer there is, there are a set of filtering tools. So, you've got your apps down on the left-hand side, and they have various options and sub-options. So, Spectrum has some filtering sets. We can, at the minute, just filter between display SMS data and display location data. I know for a fact that there's a bug to that in this build, so I won't be able to show you it in action, and those lists are going to be elaborated on as we go. So the plan is essentially to try and make sure that Off-Grid has a set of tools that allow you to filter through data type, sender, owner, file size potentially, device that it's come through, which network it's on, that kind of thing. And there be kind of a set of things you can cycle through so that kind of picture of data morphs, and you can kind of get a sense of where it's come from, who it's belonging to, and how it might be useful to you that way. Hopefully that answers your question enough. Sorry I can't show it to you right now, but that's how that should be working. Will be elaborated on. So that looks like the antenna we might be after. Hoodswear says, Manjaro GNU Linux over here. I'm using Arch, by the way. Yeah, cool. I'm a big fan of Manjaro as well. It's a very nice OS. Big up to the Manjaro users. Actually, talking about Manjaro users, someone at the Linux Gamer, Gardner Bryant, if you can, he's shown some interest in Off-Grid in the past, and I've been meaning to try and catch up with him again. So if anyone's on Twitter and wants to send through some tweets showing some screenshots of what we're up to this evening and telling Gardner to swing by, that would be much appreciated. Matzor says, is there a rough ETA for any sort of release date? For the final game, we're still playing around with that, essentially. I think, as you mentioned, you're a backer, Matzor. We've sort of talked to you guys a few times about how we need to spend the time to get the thing right, and it's a complex game. It's quite difficult to balance in many ways. So we were hoping to get it done for the end of the year. With the way that kind of coronavirus and then everyone's kind of release schedules has been shifted around, that makes the end of the year quite a crowded time for video games. And on top of that, you've got the release of the new console generation, which I can't necessarily say anything in particular in regards to that. There are a few reasons that mean that the end of the year looks crowded, and maybe it's a good idea. DA lol. Yeah. The end of the year looks crowded, and it might be better for Off-Grid to have a bit more time brewing in the pot, and coming out on the start line, guns blazing, beginning of next. So that's currently what we're looking at. We'll keep you guys informed as things evolve, and as soon as anything that becomes remotely concrete, you'll obviously know first and foremost as a backer. So yeah, Matzor says sounds good. Good. So we've just been told. I made it to the roof, but I can't see any good place for a mesh node here. There's a pretty impressive looking antenna on a higher roof, if I can get there somehow. Smedley says there's no ladder or anything. Joe says, I'll take a look around. Smedley says, okay, see if you can find something, but if not, the antenna probably belongs to the ISP company who have their offices on that side of the building. It's a longer route, but the admin door pass you got might work on the door connecting the offices. Joe says, thanks, I'll try that way if I can't find anything here. Smelly says, good luck, just turn right when you get back inside from the roof. That corridor should take you there. Okay, chat, right. So, we can't get up there. New task, enter the Firestream office, find your way into the ISP company's offices on the other side of the building. That's what we'll do. Oh, I've got to be careful running around the top of this roof, actually. What I've had happen is I kind of run on top of the roof. Guard underneath hears my footsteps, and then she runs up and tases. Maxwell says, new task, burn down the 5G mast. We should make them hackable and put some funny jokes in there about 5G masts. That's what we should do. Right. We're into the trendy offices of the ISP. They've got funky colours on their door frames. Oh, sorry, I've missed a few things in the chat. Let's just go and catch up here. Where were they? Amerijuwanica, shout out from UM305 Cybersec group. Good to have you guys in there. Shout out to you all. Iceman says, thanks for pointing that out. I was so confused while playing the demo while searching for the laptop in the safe. Yeah, that is a good point. Salty. Salty phase. Oh, I see. So that's some irony. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, it is a game that's a work in progress, and stuffing all of the tutorialization into a single level is an incredibly difficult task, which hopefully you can appreciate in some ways. So that is missing from the demo, and that is one of the things that people find the most overwhelming. Yeah, apologies there. Hoodswear says, gave you some feedback in the Discord. Cool, good stuff. Always love to have a bit of feedback. So hopefully that means you were playing it on Manjaro, and you can tell us a little bit about how well it performed for you as well. Amerijuana says, thank you, Amerijuwanica. Thank you, can't wait to play the demo later today. Awesome. Well, as I said, it's a game in progress, so bear with the bugs. Hopefully it gets you a good sense of things, and we're always up for hearing feedback and suggestions in our Discord. So yes. Right, let's jump here. I've let the game's camera sort of drift through some stuff. Cryptchest says, hey, how did you get there? That part of the building belongs to the big ISP company, Firestream. Never been in this part of the building before. Well, since you were there, they should have nice big antenna on their rooftop. That would be a good place for the mesh node. So now I need to sneak through their offices as well. Based on how hard their customer service is to reach even at daytime, I doubt it's going to be too busy there this time of the evening. Good point. Right. So, yeah, we just got to sneak through these offices. Iceman says, any way to get early access during dev cycle? I'm okay with signing an NDA. Iceman, the answer to that is there is and there isn't. So we already did our first round of that kind of thing with our Kickstarter backers who backed at a certain level. We did something called First Access. Those folks still get builds when we have something significant that we want to get them to test or give us feedback on. But there may well be some broader kind of testing betas and stuff like that we'll do later in the year. So if that's the kind of thing you're interested in, absolutely jump in the Discord, keep an eye on things. I will be probably putting up some sign-up sheets at some point for that kind of thing. Yeah, basically join the newsletter at newsletter.offgridthegame.com. That's your best bet. In the Discord, we're always going to be posting that kind of thing in there. And keep an eye out. And the other thing is, like, we're keen on getting people who are interested in modding involved as well. If you hang around on the stream here tonight, we're going to be going through quite a lot. I'll be streaming for quite a while, and we'll be doing some modding at the end with McFly, who I kind of mentioned earlier in the chat when talking about the 2600 van. He's been making a community mod with a bunch of other hacker friends based on the CCC camp, which is the Chaos Communication Camp, which is Europe's and probably the world's biggest hacker camp sort of festival thing. So yeah, if you're interested in modding, there's things around that. There's there'll be ways in. The best bet is to basically try and stick around in the Discord and keep an eye on the newsletter. Opportunities for sure. Jeez. Doing a lot of tweeting.
Going, jobbing, boring.
Right. Okay. That was easy enough. So, as I said, early builds. This is work in progress. It's a bit blank in these rooms, but also we've got some weird occlusion culling going on here. Game dev, hey. So, there's a guard over there. I've got a problem. There's a guard blocking the corridor ahead. There's no way I can sneak past them in that corridor. Looks like I could get past him if I went through those server rooms, but the doors are locked. The engineers working here would probably have door access to their lock network if you can hack into one of their computers. Joe says, I can see a laptop. I think it belongs to that engineer still working in the other server room. Medley says, happy hacking. Joe says, right. So, there's a laptop there. It says, not enough information to guess password. Try and connect to it. Anyway. Yep. Nothing. Okay. I've got a problem. There's a guard blocking that corridor ahead. There's no way I can sneak past him in that corridor. Looks like I could get past him if I went through these server rooms, but the doors are locked. Hang on, what? This is what we just read. Bug. Oh. Well, good news is the laptop works and I can connect to it. The bad news is it's locked and I have no access. You said there was an engineer or someone still working there, Smedley says. Use your Spectrum app to see if he's left any useful data around that could help you figure out his password. What kind of data? Anything really. Text messages, social media stuff, whatever personal information you can. What can I do with it? I'll send you a good, simple data copy app. You can use that to save any data you see in Spectrum. When you save data, it's automatically scraped for useful personal info, login details, and whatever. You can check collected metadata in the pause menu in the People tab. The best bit is your phone doesn't even need to do any of that work. The metadata is automatically available from the Spectrum database. Yeah. Anyway, your new rooted phone has a decent password cracker tool included on it. So it will use any metadata you have collected about someone to try to guess passwords on their devices. How do I use the app? Select the app in the app wheel and turn it on by pressing the up arrow. Then when you have some data targeted, press A. You can also press LB to switch to first person aiming mode. That can make it easier to search for the data you want. That's all you need for now. Sounds easy enough. Right. That's a lot of data there. So, Iceman, one of the things that I think would be important in terms of filter especially is getting rid of player data. Like, that gets in the way of me all the time. So filtering out player data is certainly something that will be one of the options as well. Right, so what we want to do is kind of hang out here, slightly out of the way of this person. and pick up as much of their data as possible. So now we have on the left hand side the data utility app. We can save and delete data. We'll turn SSH off so it doesn't get in our way. And we'll just start picking up some of this. Hi Amaya, what are you doing? Love candy, 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 candy. That'll be their favourite food. Out of data, out of time. So you can see actually on the left hand side here we've got like sort of node graph that kind of depicts, it's almost like a timer. It's sort of meant to depict like the amount of bounces you've got and the amount of time that you can essentially hack without being detected. It auto times out to stop you sprung, essentially. Just keep saving some of her data. So the other thing with the data here is it's procedurally generated by the personalities and profiles of these characters. So it's always going to be slightly different. It usually pertains to having interesting and useful information on them. To get rid of player data there. So she's been being sent all kinds of text messages. She likes pears apparently as well. Pears and candy. Right. I hopefully have got enough data on her. Let's have a look. So what we do is we now go to the People tab. And this is the profile we've started to build up. We know that her name is Amaya, her best friend is Dustin, her last name is Hunt, favourite swear is bejesus, favourite food candy and pear. We'll see whether that's enough context for our password cracker to use. Iceman says, I was always saving the data and never deleted it. Yeah, it's, sorry, that is another thing that needs tutorializing. And probably kind of, I think we need to make a way for you to mass delete data as well, or mass collect data. But then we'd need to have a way for you to sort through it easily for the relevant stuff. So it's a bit of a catch-22. Basically, any app on the wheel, hit down, and it brings up the sub-menu if it's got options. And so you can select, with data utility, you can actually stop it from saving data as well and just make it a delete app. We'll be working on some of this stuff I think deleting a piece of data takes up an entire node as well, and I think we need to maybe have 3 strikes on a node that delete uses or something like that, you know, just sort of make it more granular so that you kind of have a bit more power. Each time you set up a mesh network node in the game, so every level you complete, we're going to add a new node. So you're going to extend the abilities that you have with each level you complete as well. Iceman says, any way to delete data of a specific type or person, deleting it one by one will be hard. Yeah, so at present, that's where the filter stuff would come in. So what I want to try and do is build, once we get the filters all in place, you can then in Spectrum set a bunch of filters up, and then within the range that you're looking in Spectrum, it would mass delete the data in your given area. But then that would use up like all of the nodes that you have in data view, for instance. So it'd be like doing any kind of RMRF type action essentially is going to use a lot of your what we've called net points at the moment. Arben Garrick says, there has to be a penalty for mass delete, like a greater chance of getting caught, or it takes longer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Right, let's get to a position where we're not flickering as much. And let's try SSHing into this device now that we've got the engineer next door's details. I need to turn off utility. That looks like we're going to be alright. Says password can be determined from collected social profile. PW Cracker's on. John the Ripper's on. Here we go. In it goes. And we're on server management, database backup. Insert a removable drive to create a backup. Don't have a removable drive, I don't have physical access. Reset door permission. Caution, this cannot be reverted. Doors have been reset. There we go. So, that should now get us through here. Luckily, that occlusion culling I think only occurs here. She's really nice. As you can see, some of this is kind of lacking in decoration still, but we're getting through there. We are on our way out. There is a CCTV camera there. It's not on the network. Is it switched off? Who knows? Have to do about that currently. Bit much bloom here. Well, the lights are a bit bright. I'm not sure what's gone on there. So here we are. We're up at the 5G mast. Right. So onwards. So the way that you complete each level, essentially you have to stick up a mesh network node and then dump the docks, leak those docks. So that antenna looks like a good place to connect your mesh node. Sorry. Oh, not use, we need to stick that in a quick slot. Up goes the mesh node. Oh, then Garrick, burn it! You're not the only one that wants these 5G towers burnt down. FYI, like from my perspective, I'm waiting for 5G with bated breath. I live in the countryside. I want, like, you can build 5G towers on my house if you need to. I need a better connection out in the boonies here. Right. Smedley says, now go into your files and select and send the national security letter to the MeshLeaks secure drop. Okay. So, files. Is it the national security letter? Send to MeshLeaks secure drop. Nice. There is a journalist called Sven Lakewood who is most likely picking this up already. He's on his way back into the country at the moment. I'll get a meeting set up and let's get you over to him. Wait, why can't you do any of this? Or, I don't know if I'm wired for this cloak and dagger stuff. So wait, why can't you do any of this stuff? I have limitations. Smedley says, you are less expected. And everything else Lakewood will have answers to. I'll be in touch. For now you should get some sleep. Joe says, I feel like I'm being treated like a criminal here. Smedley says, that's how criminalization works, friend. But I'm not a hacker. Smedley says, You've added to the mesh network and helped release some classifieds. You are now a proud member of the Duplicati, mate. Smedley says, a writer called Stephen Levy once put it well. If privacy is outlawed, only outlaws will have privacy. Welcome to the club. Leave chat. So it says, thanks for playing. We're actually going to play a bit more. We're going to play the main demo level, which you can play yourselves as well. But I'm sure a few of you might like to see me dig into it, and I'll kind of take you through some thoughts. We can do Q&A as we go through it, that kind of thing. So yeah, any feedback while playing, do jump on the Discord, discord.gg/Sameapus. Yeah, that'd be grand. Right, so now we are going to head to the Apostle, which is the demo level. Amerijuanica says, could a security response from staying connected be a future thing? That is, yeah, that's a really good question. You mean basically from the tracing app, like if you chose to stay connected doing stuff, could that then have consequences on the network? We actually have a really nice kind of plan in place for something along those lines. It's maybe too elaborate for us feature-wise to get in ahead of when we want to release, and so it might actually be something that becomes an update or an evolution of the game post-release. To give you some insight, I'll kind of take you through what that might look like in the future, but I'm pretty certain it won't be a feature of the game at release. Hang on, you just said, yep, maybe someone comes to see if anything is wrong, check things out. Exactly. So we were thinking that you could have like the kind of blue team response equivalent of the stars system in GTA. You know, like you cause a minor crime, you get 1 star, and then potentially 1 police car is following you around in GTA, and then that goes on for too long and you run away from the cops and you end up with 2, and then eventually the army comes in. So from the kind of off-grid perspective, this is taking a little while too long to load. Oh, always when you say that. It's, okay. From the off-grid perspective, what that kind of would potentially look like is initially someone tries to boot you off the network, or no, I was thinking actually like sort of maybe like you say kind of I think the idea would be you get booted off of one of the networks you're on, something along those lines. So you can stay in data view, but the one of the networks you're on, you get some kind of timeout for 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I don't know. Then if you continue to do stuff while in that timeout, they send someone to look for you in terms of there is going to be guards who don't necessarily know that you're in that given location, but they start patrolling more actively around the building. So you're starting to kind of make the game more difficult because everyone's on high alert. Then the sort of 3rd star version of that would be that this whole time while you're using more than your kind of your bounced or your kind of cascading proxy nodes are supposed to allow, we were thinking that potentially there could be in that VR data view this kind of, I don't know, almost like I was thinking like kind of like a kind of worm, but like I mean an actual physical worm, a sort of snake-like thing that is floating through all of the data that you've left behind and created behind you, all of those green nodes that you've left from each connection you make. It could be sort of essentially sniffing you out along the networks that you've been in, and when it gets to you, that then triggers the feds arriving, and the level essentially gets raided. So, I mean, as I said, it's kind of an elaborate one. It's not going to be in the release version of the game. It may well be in some extensions of the game. Anyone who's followed progress knows that the plan for Off-Grid is actually for its world to keep evolving and growing, and us to continue rolling out updates and new expansions and new content post-release, as well as supporting the modding community. So yeah. Amerijuanica says, it can scale with difficulty too. Yeah, I like the idea of the escalating response. Yeah, so do I. I think that kind of will make the whole thing kind of have an extra level to it. But it will probably be something. Well, I don't want to give too much away, because there's a post-release thing that we will be doing that this could tie into very nicely, in terms of the way that you get to play the game post-release. Like, there's a post-completion mode, potentially. I think I'm saying enough. Gaiton H says, could you simulate a rival hacker or admin repairing your hacked devices that would force you to gain entry once more? Yeah, exactly. Like that's another sort of node in the middle of that thing we could do, you know, like, instead of just, in fact, that's probably better than you getting kicked off of a network, is they start detecting the devices that you've hacked. At the moment, there wouldn't be a huge amount of penalty to doing that, because hacking the devices is kind of, it takes the same amount of time each time. But yeah, there'd be room to do something interesting there, I think, with the network administrator popping in and starting to lock things down on you. So this is the demo level that you're all playing, or that you are hopefully going to play, or that you've played in the past and that you're waiting with bated breath for the gold version of Off-Grid to be ready when it's ready, so that you can play the whole thing in order. But the setup for this is essentially, we've found the national security letter, we've been told we need to get to this journalist. Then, in between that last level and here, we get a message from Smedley saying shit has hit the fan, essentially. This journalist has been actually ended up being arrested in the airport, trying to come back into the country. And there are rumours that there's going to be a raid by the government on the newspaper office to get hold of his work, his research, because he's being held on terrorism charges. So if you want to find out what's going on with your daughter, we really need you to basically break into the newspaper level, the newspaper headquarters, and try and get to this journalist's laptop before the raid happens. And we've actually been contacted by the editor of this investigative newspaper, and he's specifically the one who's telling us he'd like someone to get in there. So we're sort of halfway breaking in and halfway being invited to break in. Iceman says, maybe introduce some network puzzles while hacking into important nodes or servers. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by that. It's there's loads of scope to add more complexity to the devices you have to interact with, for instance. Network puzzles, you'd have to elaborate a bit. Sounds like an interesting idea. Jump in the chat here and give some ideas, or chat with us more in depth in the Discord about some of that, definitely. So, Smedley says, Joe, you there yet? I think they said Joe. Joe, you there yet? Yes, what on earth am I doing here? Smedley says, long story. That journo, Lakewood, is being held at the airport. You need to get into his offices and copy anything of his you can. Joe's response, That doesn't sound entirely legal. Right and why? Or, okay, look, I don't feel like chatting. So, right and why? A question that brings me nicely to introducing you to Terence Stewart, editor of the Apostle newspaper. Just find a way to get in through the deliveries area and then make your way towards the men's toilets. You might be able to get inside the secured area. So, there's some tutorialization because it's part of the demo. We have a couple of interesting files in here that are supposed to be, I think they might actually be on device in the workplace level, but we've got the Black iOS manual. Black iOS is a security and penetration testing focused distro of the most commonly used open source Arch-based augmented reality operating system iOS. So, Arch AR in Off-Grid is called iOS. The repository contains 9,003 tools to date. You can install tools individually or in groups via the mods window. Black iOS is compatible with existing Arch installs. For more information, see the installation instructions. Also, news is published on our blog. Please note that Black Eye is a relatively new project. To report bugs and request new tools, please visit the issue tracker on our forums, stop by our Crypt Chat channel, or email us. The Black Eye Live ISO contains multiple window managers. Below you will find screenshots of a few of them, as well as descriptions of the toolset available, and some best working practices. Documentation. This is the official guide to Black iOS. As you can see, that's just a bit of flavor text on the toolset we're using. So, what do we have here? Got a few different apps to visual. Data utility, always handy. Right, so sorry, I got a couple of extra questions in the chat. Marijuanica says, I've got mixed feelings about puzzles as well. Yeah, you can end up gating progress in a way that's somewhat problematic sometimes, and it can be fourth wall breaking depending on how restrictive they are and how compelling they are in comparison to the rest of the gameplay loops. So it's definitely a balancing act if you start to do that. I like that currently it is based around factual procedures. I like this more than the presentation of hacking from Watch Dogs 2. So much more. Thank you very much. That's the kind of thing I want to hear. You know, we want to be beating those AAA boys and girls. Iceman says, I'll send you the information in Discord chat. Marijuanica, not like the Watch Dogs 2 puzzles, just for the information I've worked on that project, and I can say they were kind of repetitive. There you go. That's interesting that you worked on the project. I mean, Iceman, as you probably heard me saying earlier, there's loads of frustrations I had with Watch Dogs. Not necessarily mechanically, my biggest frustration with Watch Dogs is that all of the interesting stuff seemed to happen after you'd earned $30,000 and you were able to buy tools and get the drone and whatever else. You know, like Watch Dogs 2, you had to kill and maim people and break into police stations, and you had to garrote that poor guy who was just guarding the server rooms in the beginning, right? The stealth option was there, but it explicitly instructed you to attack him. Stuff like that really bothered me. And I felt like the hacking mechanics were good and were there, but they were buried really deep, which is probably partly the nature of it being an Ubisoft production, right? I actually got to have a chat with one of the leads on the creative team when they were unofficially researching Watch Dogs 3. They wouldn't tell anyone that it was set in London, but they got in touch with a few friends of mine who you may well know, people like Mustafa Al-Bassam and Jake Davis, and myself, and I think Lowry, and a couple of others were basically invited down to a pub in South London as hackers from London to go and talk to them about research. And I said to them at the time, like, essentially, you can't make a hacking game about hackers, especially young hackers, you know, and like think about the current context of it. Young black hackers in Watch Dogs 2, and they were violent by default, you know, like it's bullshit. And it paints a really bad picture, and it means that people will associate violent crime with hacking, which the two need to be absolutely separated, because most of the time hacking either occurs as fraud or as some kind of act of civil disobedience. So yeah, that's my rant over. But I mean, you can hear me talk about this stuff a bit more at length in other places. And I guess I might get into it a little bit further in a moment. I just obviously kind of need to play through at the same time. So Guyton H says the hacking puzzles in Watch Dogs 2 were fun, if a little abstract. You were a mass murdering script kiddie. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think there's a cognitive dissonance with how the violence is always placed within the Watch Dogs universe, and that's why Off-Grid is explicitly non-combat. You know, like, the pen is mightier than the sword. You're there to outsmart your opponents. And I think that's more representative of hacker culture anyway. But Iceman, like, it's nice to have someone who did contract or work on some of the Watch Dogs projects, and I'm more than happy to have you come back at me about this stuff. Like, I wasn't there, I didn't help make them. The people who make these games work very hard. I totally understand that. I just think some of the kind of sort of high-level publisher or studio-level decisions to do with especially the violence are almost unavoidable because of the scale of that game. Iceman says it's true, and there are no options apart from going with the flow and big orgs. Yeah, exactly. So hopefully my kind of rant doesn't come across as offensive to yourself or any of your colleagues who worked on it. Because, like I said, I actually think the hacking mechanics in Watch Dogs 2 were really interesting. It's just some of the theming. Like, if you're going to deal with hacker culture, it really needs to be better. This is probably a good time for me to actually finish that side of the rant, because there's a big reason why that stuff needs to be better, and why you shouldn't portray hackers as violent criminals. And it actually stems from a story very close to my heart in many ways. There are people in this chat who are also friends with a young hacker who's a friend of mine called Lowry Love. He was being extradited by the USA over the last 5 or 6 years. I guess he was initially arrested in 2013 for taking part in the Aaron Schwartz protests, for allegedly having done so. And the USA wanted to extradite him, and he's been through a long battle, and he finally beat his case, and he's stayed in the UK, and the UK services have not had enough evidence to prosecute him, but the US wanted to put him away for 99 years. And hackers get treated in places like the USA as bad or worse than violent criminals, and part of that is the responsibility of media, and I mean media as in video games and films, to portray hackers in a more authentic light as people who are makers, tinkerers, fixers, people who have political opinions, may take part in some form of social disobedience online, but they're not violent criminals and they shouldn't be treated the same. And you might say, oh well, you know, no judge was ever going to watch Watch Dogs and or play you know, watch a playthrough of Watch Dogs and then sentence Lowry, but actually you'd be mistaken, because there's a case related to this that's well documented to do with Kevin Mitnick. So if you look up Kevin Mitnick's issues around, there are actually some studies on it, how the film War Games was used as reference in his sentencing. So that's the film War Games that has Matthew Broderick of Ferris Bueller's Day Off in. That movie and how it represented hackers and kids and teenagers as a risk, and especially phone freaks like freakers, you know, who were dialing down lines in order to get free phone calls and chat together. In War Games, the theory, the kind of premise is set up that essentially Matthew Broderick can freak nuclear codes and launch missiles, and he starts a nuclear war by mistake. And this judge referenced that movie and its consequences for why Kevin Mitnick was kept in solitary confinement, and why his access to telephone usage to speak to even his lawyer was restricted. Now, if you don't believe that the world we live in today is just as silly and crazy as the world in the 90s when that was happening to Kevin Mitnick, I suggest you're probably not paying attention. People are gullible. People are always taking the wrong impression from the right thing, and media like Watch Dogs has a responsibility to represent hackers in a non-violent light, to the absolute full spectrum of brilliance that they provide in society, as well as obviously there's there's varying degrees of grey and black hat, you know, but they should just never be associated with violent criminals. So there's my rant, and there's why. And I'm more than happy to just bounce this kind of stuff back with people who believe otherwise. It's an interesting subject. Amerijuanica says, "Damn, freak nuclear codes." Exactly. Right, so in the demo, we are trying to get into the men's bathroom, he said, and that's because there's meant to be an air vent that he's left open, but it looks like it's been closed. So we need to find a way through this. It looks like the bathroom is powered in part by the Drytech personal hand airer. Be sure to like and share on Facebook, which means, you've guessed it, this personal Drytech hand airer is on the network, which is silly. So we put on the SSH connection tool. It's been badly secured. And it's picking up all kinds of data on people in the building. So, Drytech personal hand airer with social integration console. Download user logs. We've got Mick Umbridge. He's below average in his hygiene score. Eric Reinhardt's on a cautionable offence, not washing his hands enough. Download user logs. That's useful data. System information, continuous test mode. We'll switch that on. And essentially, we've got the RentoClean network tools, data, and that basically gives us some clues. Now, in our people list, we've got the names of 5 of the people and their washed hands token true data in our profiles. And the room's heating up. So the air vent opens. Someone quite cleverly pointed out how gross having a bathroom air vent next to the kitchen is. And I've got to agree, it's whoever was the architect on this building is absolutely. Cool. That rant has made my throat all dry and a bit hazy. I need to I need to grab some more whiskey. Right. So here we are. It says, I've modified the software that accesses the camera and light sensor on your glasses. You should be able to use an app called Light Monitor to now give you a reading of the light levels where you are stood. Joe says, why is that helpful? Not exactly the right time for selfies. Smelly says, well, if you know the light levels where you are stood, you'll have a better idea of whether anyone can see you, won't you? Joe says, okay. Smelly says, just the same as your other apps, scroll over to it on the app wheel and you'll be able to turn it on. So, Light Monitor, very much a useful tool in this, although I always forget to use it properly. The readout on it is not ideal at the moment, percentage-wise, but it does at least the colour of the little light next to the percentage. So you're looking in the top left-hand corner. That it's like a percentage of light that you're in. It's a bit like sort of Splinter Cell or the kind of Metal Gear 3 thing where your camo effectiveness was kind of listed. But the little colour of the bulb on that, if it's blue, you're fairly well hidden. If it's green, you're less well hidden. If it's orange, you're daylight. Marijuana says, indeed, how late are you guys going to stay on today? I was going to play through the demo. I mean, basically, my plan was to play through the demo. I then added in playing the beginning level as well, the kind of tutorialization of the workplace. And then actually, I've got McFly here. I was going to dig into doing some modding and show a bit of modding as well. So we're probably going to be on another... Well, I mean... Last time I played through this level, it took me a while. Be on at least another hour. If not, we might be on up to another 2 hours or so, with the modding included, depending on what we get up to. So yeah, we've made it down to the server room. The whole idea is we need to get onto the other networks and find the journalist's laptop. So, let's try getting in here. Locked. Problem. So, as with all other things, sort of adventure game side of things is look for a device. That one, not enough information to guess password. Let's try it. Oop. Smart TV though. Give that. Oh. Smart TV system settings. So these are actually kind of real API calls and functions that we found in the documentation of a somewhat similar smart TV. There is a piece of malware on here called Weeping Angel. So this references a real piece of malware that was released in the Vault 7 leaks by WikiLeaks. That was basically all the CIA tooling for this kind of thing. And Weeping Angel was essentially a way that you could get Samsung smart TVs to turn into a hot mic. It was a physical implant. It required you getting physical access. But then remotely you could turn the TV's listeners on, record audio. It would also turn stuff into text and push out over the interwebs. And I don't know whether you remember, but actually there was a Samsung smart TV some time ago that got in trouble for doing speech-to-text recognition for commands and not putting them out over SSL. Like they went out in plain text over the open wire Right. We're going to find a conversation that's been listened into. Well, first things first, the password to your work laptop is temppass for intern123. Change it as soon as you log in, not least because working in the IT department actually gives you all of the security key access levels sat on your machine so that you can burn replacement ID cards for staff when they get lost or stop working. Now, the second most important being error target proximity to mic. Download speech to text log. Save and exit. So now, get into that. Top. Data. Okay, that should mean, oh, interesting. That's mouse really does need to work out when it wants to show up. It shows up when you don't want it and doesn't show up when... Right, so we're into the server room. Okay, now we're talking. Remember that little USB I gave you? Yep. Great, that's going to come in handy. It's called a Rainbow Ducky, and my guess is the IT admin here has not left this console open. Rainbow Ducky? Question mark? Mini microcontroller inside a USB that imitates keyboard input. Plug it in and it types in thousands of the most commonly used passwords from a file in seconds to try and brute force password input on the computer, and it'll then connect it to your phone. When it guesses the correct password, it saves the correct attempt and sends it back to us, so you have the password as well. Okay. So, inventory. Ducky. Yep, that's given us access. Right. System. Check for updates, no new updates. Add device to network. So that gets us onto the Wi-Fi in the building. Are you going to increase the time duration used by Spectrum increased access radius? Iceman says. Let me just see whether I understand the question entirely. I'll get through this conversation here. So, Script chat. Smedley says, we're in Joe, main Apostle Network, admin privileges. Now we can do some serious pwnage. Terrence says, okay, now that you're plugged in, I think it's a good time to tell you why I asked you to break into my own offices. Yeah, I think you owe me an explanation, actually. As you know, yesterday one of my journalists was held at the airport on terrorism charges for carrying materials that can embarrass the government, its corporate overlords. This afternoon we sustained heavy cyber attacks with a DDoS aimed at bringing down our firewall. We took everything sensitive offline. Earlier this evening we received a telegram for DIS, the Department of Information and Security. Okay. Demanded that we hand over any material related to national secrets, verbatim for things they don't want voters to know about, and that if we don't comply, the newspaper would be shut down. I didn't want to risk that. If we do, we can't continue to break these stories. So here is where you come in. Whoa, hold on. I have to put up one node. This whole mesh network is Smedley's thing. I have put up one node. This whole mesh network thing is Smedley's thing. Well, anyway, my lawyers told me that from a legal standpoint, someone breaking in and stealing newspaper stories isn't something that the government can charge us over, so it fits a convenient loophole. The journalist's office is on the first floor mezzanine at the front right of the building. The laptop with leaked stories and documents has been air-gapped and locked in there all day. If you can't find it following the data trail from the laptop's earlier connection to the network, from what I can see, it looks like it was down here in the server room earlier on. Okay, Joe. Oh, and I'll buy you a pint if we get out at the other end of this march on our civil liberties without bags over our heads. Joe says, depressing. So, Iceman's question was, you're going to increase the time duration used by the Spectrum's increased access rate. So, essentially, you're talking about the fact that you've got this distance that Spectrum has, and it uses up your time duration or your allowance quite quickly when you're at full whack and able to kind of hack things from a distance. Yeah, that's definitely undergoing balancing, for sure. I mean, look, I've just hacked a telephone from right the way across the building, and I don't know what it will do. So the sort of short answer is yes, it's definitely still being balanced, along with a whole bunch of things, like, you know, like we were talking about the data usage earlier. Is it that you find it that it's sort of actually gives you too much time at full distance? You think it's not penalizing enough? Or are you going to increase it? Oh, no, you're saying the other way around. It's too short when you're at full distance. Yeah, it is quite short when you're at full distance. I think part of that is actually the camera control and aiming for data. We've got a bug in the focus thing that makes things jump around. So making it easier to target and select data is going to make that better. But yeah, maybe the longest distance will become slightly longer. But I guess at the same time, we want people to be traversing the level and having to get to... Oh crap, there's a guy. We want people to be having to get to physical locations to do most of the hacking and to you know, actually see what the effects of the device they've hacked, what the effect on those devices is. And so with that, you kind of don't want people to be hacking more than just maybe the room next door or so. You know, like you might want to hack like a telephone 1 or 2 rooms away in order to make it ring, so that you can distract a guard away that way. But much further than that, I think it does want to time out quite quickly. But I'm always interested to hear what people think and the situations where they found it frustrating. Iceman says, I was confused due to a lot of data and the time was really short in finding the laptop. Right, okay, well, I mean, so like, for instance, finding the laptop at the moment, we'll stick Spectrum on, and obviously, if you've got it in full view, you're gonna see the trail for the laptop. This pink line is kind of disappearing off up there. It's gonna run out relatively quickly. But actually, we don't have to have it at full distance. You can scale it back and still walk around and follow the trail. That was kind of the thinking there for us anyway, if that makes sense. So as long as you kind of, you know, you're following kind of this, you can see that this point is going up these stairs, so you're going to follow that. You've actually, as long as you've got it at its lowest setting, you've got the ability to follow the trail around more easily. But you're dead right. I mean, like, same thing goes for the filters. Like, if you had the filters in there, that's going to help. Guyton H says, regarding aiming, I've always found the mouse controls to feel a little off. It's like it's emulating joystick inputs, which is very obvious when in that first-person camera. Yeah, I mean, like, all of that kind of thing, desperately something that is going to be being tightened up more and worked on. Yeah, it's the sort of mouse acceleration or float that people dislike, I guess. I'm actually kind of comfortable with it, but it's one of those difficult things when you kind of work with a game, you get used to its quirks a little too easily. So it's definitely something that we're working on. And the first person stuff is like almost only kind of in its first or second pass at the moment. Iceman says, I was confused due to a lot of data. New discovery. This is awesome. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. You know, we're still running, right? In the lowest distance, it's still running, and you can sort of follow it around. I think I've left it too long chatting here. Wait for this person to come back again. And you know, you obviously want to turn it off and let it all cool down in order to do any hacking. But if you're just following data around and visualizing stuff in your nearest area, it can stay on infinitely. Until you then need the cooldown. She's disappeared out of there. Thing is, I pretty much know she's going to... Oh, we'll see. She's off to a vending machine. Well, that makes this section easier. Anyone who's seen the demo before knows that I continually fail in this bit where you... Basically, she's usually going up and down here patrolling. We have to hack these lights and she stands in the way most of the time. You have to find a telephone over there and try and hack into that to distract her off, or just get your timings right. In this instance, if I'm careful about it, I can actually wait and see where she comes back and just sneak around the bathroom the other direction. He's coming back. That's not good news. Ah, awkward. Yeah, no. Guyton H says, hacking drinks dispenser, making it eject cans would be a cool distraction. Guess what? You can do that. In the demo, it's not working properly, so I can show you a vending machine that does it, and you can actually find adverts for different characters' favourite drinks, and based on their preferences get different characters to go to those different vending machines. So, yeah, but I'll put a GIF up later. I don't know, are you in the Discord or on Twitter? Because I'll at you with a GIF of the guards getting knocked out by the drinks dispensers, which isn't currently functioning in this build. Sure. Turn this light off so that we're hidden. Discord. Same handle on Discord? Guyton H? How about at me in the Discord? Just at me, at Rich Metz, and show us a GIF of the drinks dispenser. That'd be the best way, and then I've got a little reminder that way as well. Iceman says, this helped a lot. I can narrow down the huge list of things that I thought were bugs. Would have looked like an idiot, not at all. Like, I am more than aware that off-grid throws quite a lot at players, Iceman, and we haven't got tutorialization for it anywhere near nailed, so you would never have looked like an idiot. You just would have looked like someone who was experiencing off-grid throwing everything but the kitchen sink at you. Where is this dude? He's worrying me. Okay, he's there using the machine. Wait, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, no. I didn't turn that light off in time. He's gonna find me. Oh! Yes. Hiding behind the boxes worked. Right. That is why you have to hack the lights quick enough. Memnock, cool. Yeah, if you were just checking, like, and you're in there, like, at me, and I'll find that GIF for shits and giggles and send it to you. One of the main channels for everyone to enjoy. Oh, looks like we had a technical issue there. That was me kicking a wire, seeing my ceiling. Right, where was I at before I managed to... Oh, it's turning this light off, so we're better hidden. So, like, I mean, like, as an example, I won't be able to get the guard to do anything with this, but if I hack this coffee machine, it doesn't have the proper stuff set up on it just yet, but it will have a load of settings where you can set the temperature of the steam, and instead of dispensing a drink, set it to like flush, clean the system, which the equivalent of is just a mock on here currently. Hit save and exit, and it spits out some coffee cups. You didn't really see that there properly. Coffee cups and probably try and do the same with the Coke. No, that Coke machine is not a network device for some reason, so I can't even show it on that one. Oh, cripes! Give me a break.
I wonder how the football's going.
Okay. Not gotten thirsty. Oh, he's good. I guess I could see whether this... Oh. That one's not set up. There's one upstairs that I can show you some as well. Iceman says, what engine are you using for production? Unity. And like, actually, if that's the kind of thing you're interested in hearing a bit more about, I can show you some of the modding tools in Unity, because our modding tools are essentially an entire Unity project that players get to use. Gaiton H or Gaiton says, so no solid snake hide in a box shenanigans then. To be honest, like, I would kind of like to do that, but I think it would make the game too easy in some ways because of the fact that you're not being gunned down or whatever else. It might be a bit too breaking or off-grid. We'll have to stick to the shadows. We have thought several times about doing cardboard hide in a box reference. It might have to be a thing that you get on completion of the game so that you can use it for playthroughs the second time round. Right, let's get going. Oh. Some weird colliders around here. Yeah, Iceman, in not too long, I think we probably have completed the demo in about 15 minutes or something. Maybe a bit longer. Then we'll do some modding, and I'll show you a bit of the engine. And McFly, like, I guess, kind of a bit of a heads up there. Sort of, if you're up for doing some off-grid modding with me, get yourself at the ready, sort of in 15 minutes time or something. Right, so I didn't follow the data trail properly to show you, but basically here we are. We followed the data trail. Here we are at the air-gapped laptop in a safe. The problem we have is there's no access. McFly says thumbs up. Cool. All right. Well. I have to look for something else that we can do to get in. Obviously, before in the workplace, there were options like looking for sticky notes around level. Not anything that it's letting me scan there. Nothing here either. So the other option is obviously look for devices. This machine isn't on. I can't turn it on. But this printer is. No password required. System information debug options. Safe password delete me.txt. Tool usage guide at least, but that shouldn't be left in a printer queue. So we head into files. Safe password delete me.txt. View that. You really have to get better at remembering this. The combo is 2013-08-19. Please delete this file. So there we go. Documents.dat. that. Musical flourish. Oops, whoops. Oh, just made it play the music over the top of itself. Makes it sound a bit more like sort of Spanish guitar. You have the files? Yes, I think so. Good. Find your way to the rooftop. There should be a radio antenna and a power connection for the mesh node. Terrence says, we've been packing away things on the second floor, but there's probably still a few guards around at night time. I have to find a way to distract them a bit to get to the rooftop stairs. Any ideas how I can do that? Smedley says, I ran an Nmap scan on the office network. Looks like there are at least some network devices on that floor. See if you can find something that could create a bit of noise to lure the guards out of your way. Okay, I'll see what I can... Any more tips? Any more tips? When you get up the stairs to the second floor, there's a conference room and another small office with doors on both sides. You can get the guards into one of the rooms. You could run through the other while they are out of your way. Conference room, maybe there's some speakers or something else that could create some noise. Thanks, I'll see what I can find. There we go. Oh, that's playing this conversation over because of the fact that I tried to complete the objective too many times. So, Amerijuanica says, okay, cool, I'm new to Unity. The last time I did some modding in anything like this was Milkshake 3D. Which kits should I download? Which kits? You'll have to elaborate, or, I mean, I can chat. If you jump in the Discord, I can always chat about kind of level design, stuff like that. Iceman says, I've never done modding. I'm working in QC as a dev tester. Can help with some design ideas though. Well, I mean, yeah, like always up for chatting with people in the Discord about feature ideas, how to tweak things, how to improve off grid, how to make it better for everyone. So yeah, definitely. Is it? Oh, Amerijuanica said which kits to? I must have mentioned Level Kit as our modding tools. That's just our specific thing called Level Kit. But I'll show you a bit more of it in a bit. You'll see. So one of the things I was going to show you is hackable devices. Guys, says, for reference, in the light meter, what is considered fully visible? Is a really good question because it's something that we're still balancing, because as we create new levels, the light levels shift and you always have to change the light meter to balance to it. The main thing that you want to know when you're not visible, unless the guards pretty much bump into you, is a light blue light on the left hand side. So American says, yeah, we'll talk about modding and stuff later after you're done. Cool. Oh right, yeah, Memnock, here you go. Like, I'll show you the GIF of the guards actually reacting to it, which isn't functioning in this build, but we turn social media integration on, test the vending mechanism force, and at the moment I can whack this up way too high. But that starts firing cans around, basically. Although they seem to have lost, they've lost their texture or something. That's the sort of thing that you can use to distract guards or knock them out. Right, so these must be the conference rooms that he's talking about. Yep. And that's the person we need to get rid of. Over flight. Laptop we can get access to. File system. SHA 2017 ticket. This person went to SHA. Termination of employment notice.doc. Staff meeting.txt. Off-grid soundtrack torrent. This person has got good taste. iRadio, Bluetooth speaker manual. Your order from Semaipus Electronics. Bluetooth devices. Scan for Bluetooth. iRadio not connected. iRadio connected. Firmware. Check that up. No. So, iRadio, there you go. Hostel second floor office radio. Music settings. Connected to Apostle laptop 1067. Change the music track, and that actually changes the soundtrack. Play. There we have the radio on. That hopefully will distract her. Hoping she'll hear it. So. Yep. I'll come in here and show. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Right, here we go. We're onto the roof. Ah, no drone data. Oh no, there is drone data. Drone flight. Okay, watch out for that. So, same as always, go to your inventory, grab your mesh network node into the quick slot, throw that up, where is it? Leak documents. Send to the hacker wiki. Need to make that consistent with the secure. And there we go. Bravo Panda Charlie. Lakewood's work is important to the cause, but more importantly for you, his research on the government's positioning to outlaw circumvention tech should give some clues as to your daughter's situation. How soon will we know more? Well, I'm sure there's a lot to dig through, but we'll get right on it. In the meantime, we need to keep sharpening your skills. Leave chat. And there we go. Thank you for playing the off-grid demo. This is the demo that's available on the Steam page. If you want to see some of this up close and personal, and you know, jump in, give us some feedback, talk to us more in the Discord, please do. As I said, it's work in production, plenty of bugs to find, plenty of things that need work on. So be gentle with us, that's all I can say. But hopefully you enjoy it either way. Hopefully you've enjoyed watching the stream with us. I'm now going to show you some modding tools. So, like, if you're not at all interested in modding off-grid, feel free to disappear if you're not interested in that kind of thing. But it might give you an impression of the sort of additional content that will be available in off-grid, even just as a player. Which is kind of cool, you know. I mean, so like this is a series of mods that that someone has made, who is testing stuff out. I'm also going to pull up some other bits and pieces. McFly, if you want to jump in our usual audio channel, I will try and bring you in now. Just give me a sec. Fly, let me know when you can hear me. Hopefully you can. Just join the call when you can. So I was going to pull up the stream. The modding stuff for the stream. Iceman says, do the send nodes get deleted after you delete data from dating? Send nodes. Do the ones that you've sent get deleted after you delete data from the data utility? This is part of the balancing act of what we're kind of working on, essentially, Iceman. So that's all kind of up for discussion, and if you're up for kind of being in betas and kind of helping us sort of weave our way through some stuff like that, that would be great. Amara Joannica says, yes, this was great. Iceman says, for me, hundreds of nodes were present. Oh, okay. I think I'm going to have to talk this through with you in more detail in the Discord. If you're up for jumping in there after the stream or another time, just ping me at Rich Metzen in the Discord. American Joanna says, oh, there we go. We have a McFly. How are ya?
Hello. I was just making tea.
Oh, well, you can make tea. I'll allow you to make tea.
It's done now.
Good. So, for those of you watching and listening, McFly is a good friend of mine, a well-known hacker in various circles, especially in the German hacker scene and in places like Chaos Computer Club. You might have heard of that, CCC. And he is guiding a community-led mod where essentially we're rebuilding the hacker camp from 2019, last year, right? McFly, did that summarize it okay?
Yes, I just muted myself in between and yeah.
I forgot to unmute. So what I'll do first is pull that up for us to have a look at. McFly, is our sound okay in terms of latency and stuff? It's okay kind of hearing me?
Sounds good for me.
Cool. Right. Let me get the mod project up and I'll show you folks at home what I'm talking about. Iceman says, I'm already in. We'll ping you on Discord. Awesome. Merijuaka says, so Unity is giving out Pro for 3 months due to the epidemic for those that want to mod. Well, Merijuaka, actually, you don't even need Unity Pro for making off-grid mods. McFly, you haven't been using Unity Pro, have you? You've just been able to use the off-the-shelf personal version.
I just use the stuff that you can download for free.
Yeah. And essentially, unless you were making over $100,000 a year with your Unity stuff, Unity don't want you to buy a license. You're considered an indie or a hobbyist, or in this case a modder. So unless you're going to sell mods and make that much money, that's the only point at which you need to purchase a Unity license, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I think the point that we get 100k for a game mod that's for free, that will take a while.
Yeah. It does happen for things like Minecraft, but it's unlikely with us.
I have to mute myself in between because the Corona lockdown seemed to come to an end. Outside, everybody goes crazy.
Oh, really? It's going mad in the Netherlands.
Well, at least at the Schouwburgplein, some people drive around with their cars around that. And yes, everybody had the same idea this is not working well, so they're now honking at each other.
This late at night as well.
Yeah, I was just intrigued to have a look on Google Maps real quick. How bad the gridlock is. Because from what I can see, the whole traffic is completely standing. Yep, city center is completely red.
Go.
So, like, just to compare for those people who live in other time zones, it is 23:22 here, so that makes it 20 past 11 p.m.
Yep.
And if I look on Google Maps, basically everything's red in the city center. Excellent.
So, I need to try and pull up the mod. Hey, there we go. That's what we want.
You're driving?
Yep, I'll drive if you're happy for me to.
Well, it's your game. You should be able to drive it.
I should be. Right. So, folks, this is what the modding project looks like. So, this is the game. This is the modding project. Essentially, what McFly has done is take a satellite map of what camp looked like. Well, a satellite image of the location that camp is held at, right?
Yep.
And then
it's upside down, by the way.
It's upside down.
Yeah, thousands.
That way around.
Yes. The parking places is in the south.
Yeah, I can actually probably find the map and show people that. Quickly. The park. Map. There you go. That's what the image that this is all based on, that we've low polyfied, is. Ziegler Park is like a major park, right? It's used for all kinds of big events, right?
It's a museum.
It's a museum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of forget that.
It's a brick factory museum, trying to give you the impression how bricks were built in the 1850s till 1920s.
Yep.
Hence also the steam trains and all of the other things there. It's actually pretty nice there.
Yep.
Even though there's no hacker cam.
We're going to have new people in the stream here. Kind of, I guess, I need you to explain what a hacker camp is, what CCC is, and then kind of what Milliways is, and what you as one of the kind of odds behind Milliways get up to, and then how we went about having you kind of lead people making this live.
Okay. So the CCC is Chaos Computer Club. It's a rather old hackers club. Like, there is rumors that they started to become a real, like, a formal legal entity, being a club, to avoid becoming a terrorist organization in the 80s. But basically, it is
why didn't ISIS get that memo? Why didn't ISIS become the ISIS club instead?
Yeah, but ISIS insisted on killing people. Like, the point with the Chaos Computer Club is, the Chaos Computer Club in his past has basically only hacked the German government and associates.
Yep.
Just put it this way. And some of the cases were more hilarious by that. Like, the Chaos Computer Club hacked the Sparkasse Hamburg, the HASPA, right, by a BTX glitch. And next I tried to give back the money. And the HASPA was like, no, there is no security problem. This is not our money. This is completely your money. There is no security problem in our system.
Right.
So we hacked the electronic passports. There were several fingerprint-related hacks. There are a lot of things that happened in the past. I think for most people it is useful to possibly have a look at Wikipedia.
Yep.
For that, today the Chaos Computer Club is, I would say, the world's biggest hacker club, because we have some 5,000 members or so.
Yep.
And most hacker clubs just never get this big.
Yep.
The Chaos Computer Club hosts a yearly big conference, and I would say in a normal year, roughly 10 smaller ones.
Yep.
Mostly by their legal group, by their local groups.
Right.
The big one is in the US,
kind of
mostly known as CCC.
Oh, really? In the US?
Yes.
So.
The event, in the US, they basically call the event the CCC. Right. We don't call it this way. It doesn't make a sense for us. We call it whatever is C3. So the next one will be the 36th Chaos Communication Congress. The camps are called Chaos Communication Camp. Yeah, at the place where you're looking, there is a building missing, and this is just like a rain piece that wasn't unified with the model in there.
Did you say
the
next US, one will be... There's a big event in the US?
No. In the US, the Chaos Computer Club events are called...
Oh, in the US,
CCC.
That's what it's called. I see.
Yes, over here they're called 36C3 or something like
or
that.
37C.
Yeah. But for American people, if you're around on this network, you'll possibly see that you'll see references to I am visiting the CCC, which usually is a reference to the Chaos Computer Club Communication Congress.
And so you got to, basically last year, while you were at camp, which is essentially like a music festival for hackers, talking about things hacking.
Yeah.
You basically guided a couple of young modders who were doing some stuff with us. You helped find reference, and you got them to model and put together the basic area for the Milliways camp, which is the village that you take part in most at a lot of these camps, right?
Yeah, I basically started this a long time ago. So the CCC camps go back to 1999. The Dutch camps go back even longer.
Yep.
And in 2003, there was the first Milliways as part of the Fire Launch, which was a village made by Enno at that time. And today this has become a bit more international. We drive to all the bigger hacker camps. So we're driving to the Tour camp in the US, to the EMF camp in the UK, the Dutch hacker camps usually, and to Bornhack. We plan to drive to next year, because this year there will be a very low amount of tickets.
Actually, what you've just said there answers a question
village?
in the chat. So there's a question by Marijuanica. Yearly or every 4 years for CCC Festival? And the answer is every 4
The
years
CCC camp-
because there's other...
Yes.
Yeah, the camp there has their other things in other places. So in the UK, as McFly was saying there, we have EMF camp, which is every 2 years. Then there is Hope in the US that is always interspersed, which isn't a camp, but
No,
is
Hope is a conference.
a conference that is kind of well aligned in terms of timings. And then you have the Dutch camp, right, which is the other one that tends to kind of fill the gaps between.
Yes, like the Dutch started with it every 4 years, and the CCC then joined in also every 4 years, offset by 2 years. So every other year you had a big hacker camp in Europe. And EMF camp then kind of jumped in together with Tour camp. They're both running every other year, and they're basically taking the empty years between the CCC and the Dutch camps.
Yep. So I'm just going to break you there. Oh, go on.
Yeah.
So, I was going to say, what I'm going to do is, here's the Milliways area that we had. I'll just show the people at home how now, essentially, we link this Unity project by searching for the game that we've been playing this whole stream. We hit start, and it will network to the game. Transition over here. There we go. We are in the hacker camp. Joe is in off-grid sense. We've got Lowry doing a salsa dance in the background there since Thursday when Fly Lowry and I were doing some modding of his character. So yeah, sorry McFly, you can continue now. Remember what?
Yeah, I think this is the Milliways village, and village is kind of subgroups on the camps.
Yep.
So certain areas are given out for subgroups to organize themselves. Milliways, just to give an impression, the overall camp is somewhere around 6,000 people. Milliways is around 500 of that.
Yep.
So somewhere around 7 to 8%.
Milliways is well known for this dome, specifically as well, right? The Milliways dome.
Yeah, we did this quite a while ago. Actually, they started that in the US. Milliways US started that.
Yep.
The idea, like the first tour camp, which is the American hacker camp, is in a missile silo out in the desert. So 18 miles till the next next water source, 65 miles to the next drinkable water source and supermarket of a small village called Moses Lake. That's like, I think, 10,000 people or so. So it's really out in the middle of nowhere. And our thinking was, like, we had some people who go to Burning Man, and the idea was, like, because we're all nerds, we didn't have experience camping in the desert. So we were thinking of centralized infrastructure where we all can sit and eat. And one of the thoughts was, like, how do we do that? Like, and somebody came up with, like the hippies, they use domes. Geodesic domes. Like this is a so-called V2 dome.
Yep.
And we thought that if stone hippies can put up the dome, we can too. So we ended up with this disaster, and we a bit over-engineered it. So ours is a bit bigger and heavier and sturdier than the most domes you will find on tour camp. This is made with steel pipes, and is like the steel structure in the middle is like 700 kilograms. So it's always fun to build it up, as you can imagine.
And then whiskey leaks always occurs in the dome, which is what we kind of have the remnants of. I guess this is probably after cleanup or before everyone has arrived.
No, I think that needs to be in the middle of the day before everybody arrives. So whiskey leaks is the idea of
while you chat,
everybody
explain whiskey leaks. I'm going to go and fill my glass with a whiskey.
Okay, that's a good call.
I'll let you do that. I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, so whiskey leaks is basically, or the whole Milliways is the idea of we don't want to make money. We just like to hang around together. So everybody brings a bottle of whiskey. And if every person, or at least every group, does this, there is way enough whiskey to get drunk together. And that's basically what we do. So there is one evening on the Chaos Communication Congresses, and there's basically on all bigger CCC events Family Bases present, where everybody brings a bottle of whiskey that you would share with your friends, and then you share a bottle of whiskey with your friends. And those events can easily become 200 plus people drinking whiskey together. And so far we didn't have violence issues. And this whole idea of sharing is one of the major things of Milliways, because we also do free food and free beer. The free food is donation run, and the free beer basically works the same way. So first of all, there is a donation pot, but also we're giving people the possibility to donate kegs or to buy kegs, and we organize the logistics attached to that for them. So for a keg, you need a tap and all the other things that's like CO2, glasses, and all those things. And we organize that. We also organize the transport for your keg, and then everybody who brings a keg comes together and we drink the beer together. And to give you like an idea, on the CCC camp, that meant I think we were at 44 50-liter kegs of beer. That is then all drunk for free, because if enough people donate a keg, then we have free beer. And I always tell the story of like free software that contains free speech and free beer. And the free speech is very nicely done in the talks and the tents where you have actually the talks. And the free beer part of free software is done at Milliways. So yeah, a keg is somewhere around 100 euros, which is, if you specifically if you team up with 2, 3, 4, 5 people, is not a lot of money. At least most people think so. And it's enough people that we get the point together that actually we can have free beer this way. So if Rich could now look around and look over his left shoulder, there is a beer tap in front of the EMF camp. So, and there's also some beer kegs that you're standing over there. But yeah, this is basically the idea of Milliways in those cases. We really like sharing, and we really like enjoying those things together with our friends. So that's the idea of the Milliways Whiskey Leaks and the Milliways beer drinking there.
Perfect.
So I just said, if you look around over your shoulder to the left, there is the beer tap with some beer kegs.
Yep. And you were talking about actually making it hackable. Or no, that was the Graffle one that you were talking about.
The Graffle one actually has an RFID reader, so that would be a nice one to make hackable.
Yeah.
This is private property,
there's the EMF beer keg here, kegs here as well.
Yeah. Well, that's all the Milliways ones, right? The Milliways beer tap was put in front of the EMF tent.
Right.
So we thought it makes sense to put it in front of the British and next to the Scottish.
Why is that?
Yeah, well, they don't have to walk that long then.
Is that because British people whine a lot, or because British people drink a lot, or both?
Well, they like to whine while they have a glass. They mostly about the Brexit while they have a glass of beer in their hand. British people very strongly prefer to have a glass of beer in their hand when they complain about something.
They do, yeah. It's one of the only things that makes it all right to complain, I think, about alcohol. I noticed a question just before I went, which was, what do you mean by network the game? Basically, I'll show you just quickly. This is the level kit tool. It's a piece of editor code that creates a small tool within the Unity project. It networks locally to the game, so it's not networking over the internet. It's literally networking over your home, which is TCP over IP. all it's doing is basically sending the asset bundles that are built by the level kit as packets over to the game's local folder wherever it's hosted. So it connects to this, finds a local folder, and drops them in so that they can be loaded. That's kind of it, really. It's not networking in the kind of most interesting or elaborate sense. It's just essentially a cheaty way of moving some files from one file folder to another in your on your local machine.
It's networking over localhost.
Yeah.
So I saw another question, and sadly I can't write in this Steam chat, which is something that has to be fixed at some point, I guess, for me. Yep. First of all, nope, the bottles are not Club Mate. They are actually whiskey bottles.
Yep. We do need some crates of Club Mate.
Yes, and for Club Mate, we do not only need the bottles, we actually also need the crates. And I see somebody said bring Havana Club. So Havana Club usually won't be used for the whiskey leaks. Not that we dislike rum. Havana Club would usually be used in combination with Club Mate, limes, crushed ice, brown sugar, and a slice of a lemon to create what's called chunk. And that is a cocktail, or a long drink, I think, technically speaking. Yeah. That is a long drink that contains loads of caffeine and loads of alcohol. So just like Buckfast, just less aggressive.
Yeah. And it's very easy to drink. God, well, I've just about caught my breath having run to make myself a drink. So apologies for my disappearing and then my sort of inability to quite get my head around answering questions on the fly there. But I think I'm back in the game. So do you want me to...
by the way, pointed out from the side that chunk does not contain lemon.
Really?
So I don't want to start a big discussion. Yeah, it contains the limes. Limetten in German. I don't know the English word for that. I think it's limes, the green things.
Yep.
Then some people make a slice of lemon on the glass, but I was just told that actually most people don't.
Fair enough.
Get corrected by the woman directly.
Well, we both know that there's a person in your house that's going to know best about recipes, and it's not you, McFly.
Yeah.
So, do you want me to show anyone anything else in particular? I mean, I guess we can show Lowry. This character here. We've started to drop. The idea is we're going to put in loads of real life hackers. So I told the story of Lowry Love a little bit earlier when I was talking about how violence in hacker games bothers me so much. So Lowry is a character. He's actually not doing anything very much currently, although you saw him dancing at the beginning, because I didn't get the AI programming worked out correctly to make him dance when you do this, which is make his techno trolley, which is a baby buggy with a speaker in it, play some nice house music, which Lowry is known for across Suffolk, essentially. Which is where he lives. So, yeah. In terms of the sort of plan for the future, is this will all be populated with well-known hackers that you can go and have conversations with. Maybe they'll give you an interesting device that will ask you to have a go at hacking, give you challenges, things like that. And just generally, it will kind of hopefully center around trying to open up conversations about hacker culture and hacker history, right? That's kind of the direction we're hoping for?
Yes, and some people are also hoping it finds its part as a level into the game, which maybe we have a chance if we talk to the software developer, at least for one of the later releases.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we are in this one here at the moment, I think it's worth to run out of milliways to run by the uncolored 20 hardware hacking village bus, and possibly tell the story of this is not turning into the whole camp. Because the original idea was that we're only modding milliways, and then like you know how this is with hacker project, then it got out of hand. So this is the bus. The left one has all the stairs, all the tables and chairs, and this pagoda or whatever you would call this tent-like structure in front of them.
I think you'd call that. I was going to say veranda, but it's not the right word either.
Here, LDR, it doesn't have color. Whereas the one on the right side, the bus, has the color, but not the accessoires. So we need to fix something with that.
Amerijuanica got to run an errand real quick. I'll be back in a few. See you guys on Discord. Sounds good. And you wanted to want us to spell chunk before you went. I don't know whether you're still here, but it's T-S-U-N-K, right?
T-S-C-H-U-N-K.
T-S-C-H-U-N-K. But yeah, we'll catch you in the Discord. Sorry, McFly. So this is the hardware hacking area.
I will tweet the chunk recipe later, and you can retweet it.
Sounds good to me.
So yeah, this is the hardware hacking area bus. So that is Mitch Altman's Learn to Solder thing. You might know Mitch Altman's from the thing that made him famous, which is the TVB Gone, which is a small, nice infrared sending mini computer that just has the codes for several hundred TVs on there.
Screens.
And when you press one button, it just sends like the switch of codes from like 300 different TVs quickly after in each other, and then you end up with TVs you can switch off basically everywhere. Like in train stations, in restaurants, wherever when a TV annoys you. And it's small enough to be a small, not very innocent looking device. And one of the things you learn with that is you learn to solder that yourself.
That's how I got my young brother-in-law into hacker culture. I don't know whether you remember, McFly, but I brought my young brother-in-law along to 33C3 when he was, I guess he was 13 or 14. And I think I was asking you, what should I take? I'd taken him to the lockpicking village. He liked lockpicking, obviously, because every 13-year-old does. I was like, what should I do next? And you were like, oh, you should go and do the TV Begon workshop with Mitch and get him to build his own TV Begon. And that was it. He loved it.
Usually it's a very good, like everybody can solder. That is basically the pitch from Mitch. And he teaches you how to do that. And he has some small start sets where you can start doing that. He'll bring the equipment and you can learn how to solder there.
So we've also then gotten other villages to start contributing, right? So if we went over here, we'd be kind of coming past, usually like this. The idea now is to get every hacker village to fill in all of this open space with each of the villages that existed, right? All of the people who were running projects or doing interesting things will hopefully build the tents that they had and place themselves in as characters and have some interesting projects, right? So we're running across empty space we'd like to get filled out by other hackers.
Yes, this is the Seabase, for example, which is a hackerspace in Berlin. Actually, it's one of the more famous hackerspaces and old ones in Berlin. And they helped us with Electropunk. Electropunk from the Seabase helped us to build the specific Seabase furniture and equipment.
Yeah, and he did an awesome job. So this is a start on Seabase. That'll hopefully become something quite elaborate. Then over here we have Garathel, which I'll sprint to. Well, the other side of these.
Yeah, and the building. I think you can still run through those tents. They don't have a collider yet.
I know, it just would have looked weird to everyone. So here's Garaffel.
So Garaffel village is an even more traditional village from old school people.
Yep.
You see they have a bigger collection of whiskeys. Yes. Yeah, they have a drinking problem, or some people of the Garaffel seem to have a drinking problem, and they have a bus problem.
A bus problem?
Yes, like the music sound system. They like strong alcohol and loud music, because they're all old, so their ears are bad, so they have to like pull up the sound system really strongly.
The older the hacker, the louder the music.
They're kinda. Obviously, I'm making jokes here, right? Before anybody thinks that's serious, but yeah, Garaffel village is really loud. If you're looking for a sleeping place on a hacker camp, and over the night day, do not put up your sleeping tent next to the Garaffel village.
Yeah.
Village Ogre might laugh over you funnily because you didn't know that you shouldn't put up your tent next to the Garaffel village.
Yep. And yeah, now we need a shout out to other hacker villages to come and start filling things in, really, right?
Yeah, there is another 2 villages who kind of will come around in our next streams. But they have less special villages, so I think it will not be too much hassle to add them to the game. And one of the next ones, the big ones, would be to actually look for the Chaos Vest, and B, the bar, because there is a very nice bar on the right, and somebody has drawings. There is actually a CAD drawing of that, so we now need to find a way how to get this from AutoCAD into something that Unity likes.
Nice. Well, it should be able to do OBJ, and then you could use the OBJ. Most AutoCAD can do OBJ, and then you could take the OBJ out of AutoCAD. You talking about CAD drawing as in a 2D CAD drawing or a 3D CAD drawing?
I think it's a 3D CAD drawing, but I haven't had it in my fingers, so I'm careful making a judgment.
If it's a 3D CAD drawing, then OBJ is an export option, and you can then take that into Blender, and we can put all the vertex colors on and check the geometry and clean it all up, and then output that as FBX, and we're golden. Yeah,
because they build a bar that is supposed to look like a pirate ship, like with sails and masts, and being served out of the cannon holes at the side.
Nice. I was thinking the other thing that we need to try and work out is the toilets. Not the data toilets, but the actual toilets, because the one thing that is easy to do with the AI is to have them need to drink alcohol, and then when they drink so much alcohol they need to go to the toilet, and then they're going to end up walking between 2 places. They're going to be going and drinking and then going and pissing, which gives them, and then they'll be doing other things in between, you know, basically setting up bars and setting up toilets will give a dynamism to NPCs moving around these places and then returning back to their home camp and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a thing that makes you walk around from time to time. Like traditionally on hacker camps, you do not drink enough, as in you drink stuff that contains a lot of caffeine, so you should add water. Yep. And you drink stuff that contains lots of alcohol, so you should add water. Yep. And you're out in the sun doing something the whole day, so you should add water. Yeah. So we have this drink more water theme at the campus. Yep. Does the Steam Festival have a hashtag?
Yes, it's hashtag Steam Game Festival.
I'll just take that one. Okay, you can now find the chunk recipe on the Twitters.
Well, we've got some urinals and stuff. Have we got any? Do we want to try and add in some an area that's some toilets or something?
What kind of toilets do you have?
They're usually indoor toilets, but I mean, we could just put them in placeholder and then replace.
We had a container toilet. If you turn right here.
Ah, okay. We've got containers.
Run past the bus. Yes, run past the bus. No, stop. Turn around. Left.
Yep.
Run past the bus. Past the bus on the right side. So, like, I'll go around the butt of the bus over there.
Yep.
And if you follow it straight.
Yep.
And after it kinked to the left, I think 50 meters, and then to the right. And then you're there.
So, like, over here somewhere.
So toilets are somewhere here.
Weird bug that's making the camera jerk around sometimes, but... Okay, well, we could work that out. We could throw a couple of containers in over here, and throw some toilets in the containers. See, you know, it'll need some work. Possibly finessing better after the fact, but...
Yeah,
what do you reckon
but, like, let's put it in there first, and... a bit down the road we can kind of drag it around to like put it on the perfect place, because the idea with this thing is to, well, really try to build the CCC hacker camp as good as possible. Yep.
Well, I think the most important thing, obviously accuracy is important to a degree, but the most important thing is making sure that they're interesting places to explore as well. So we want to make sure there's
notes, right?
Yeah, but we want to make sure that there's always, like, you know, the toilets are going to have something that you have to find that's hidden in them that you can then take to hack some other device, or, you know, someone shady hiding behind them that's going to give you some secret that helps you get into somewhere, to a party or something, or, you know.
Well, both is not completely unreasonable. So,
yeah, exactly.
Not on the CCC congresses, but in the US you have the ninja parties, and they used to have really elaborate invites down to ninja parties, down to complete PCBs and like an Android phone on one DEF CON. So having a kind of elaborate device to go to a party is not completely unknown, even though parties are usually not exclusive like in the US. Like in the US, it's always important that this is your party, and you're only having the coolest people there. Whereas in Europe, we are more inclusive. We are just like meh, everybody's a hacker who made it to the camp, right?
Yeah.
And the chance that
which is
somebody
probably
who made
the right way for it to be, right? I mean,
yeah, but I do get the point. Like, I've been on DEF CON and I've seen that there is a large part of feds and a large part of people that are, I don't want to be negative in there, like, because most of them most likely actually do work in security, but like the hackers sometimes call them the company drones that go there, basically only participate in the talks. My claim would be they don't know better. So we actually would have to train them to tell them what's like the cool part. And
also if someone's from an InfoSec background and at a thing, and you're like, dude, you're just the InfoSec crowd, rather than trying to induce them properly into, or induct them properly into hacker culture, then that's your problem to some degree as well, right? It's your duty to make everyone excellent.
Yeah, in the US, you more have the point of like people really like to be more exclusive. So they like to be more a small group that stays for themselves. It's really hard to get into, and you need to prove yourself before you can get into, and all of those things. But yeah, I guess at the toilets you have the chance of actually finding some PCBs. You possibly have some Bluetooth sniffers standing around there, and I think there was even some Bluetooth beacons for the capture the flag at the toilets. So yeah, there would totally be things that you can hack and store data on.
Good.
I think there was also a computer with a network cable which you could plug in, which then contained data, which you could then access. So people do that. There is a super big bandwidth on the site. So it's a campsite in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, I've just realised I've not switched over to the correct view. People are... This whole time I've only seen the game. Well, I mean, it's only just recently that I switched over to the Unity. Sorry. I was meant to switch over to...
No, I can see you... I just see your Jitsi. So...
Yeah. It's alright. People have just missed me throwing a few containers down. That's all.
Yeah, so 2 containers back on back. And can we make holes in the sides? Because there were doors from the sides how to get in there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find a way to mess around with that. It won't be too hard. What I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna make a prefab for it.
We should make, by the way, like a subgroup for stuff that is not Siegelei Park, but that is also not a village.
Yeah, well, I was thinking of that. I mean, but at the same time, they're always going to need... Like, Siegelei Park... Yes, you're right. But, I mean, that's kind of what a toilet is. This toilet block is, right? It's not a village. But I'm going to duplicate the village template to make it because I need all of the subfolders still.
Yep.
So,
Do
I
it.
mean... What would we call it? I mean, we can utility, like things that are not villages. What would the subcategory be?
Event infra.
Event infra, nice. This one is
Toilets.
We just call it toilets. There'd be several though, right?
Yeah, there will be several, and there will also be showers, but let's just put this all together under toilets.
We'll put this one in toilet block 01. Because we'll have to do them separately. Because
yeah, there will be
mission
several
objects and... It's funny, like we're in the middle of the Steam Games Festival. We've got more eyes on us than usual. Like I don't know whether I told you, McFly, but in terms of impressions, Off Grid has got something like 30% more impressions than its best ever impressions. That includes the Kickstarter, that includes our launch, all kinds of stuff, just from being in the game.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, its click-through rate isn't huge, so it's just lots of people maybe just seeing the name Off Grid on pages full of 900 demos. But at the same note, like, you know, hi to everyone in there. Please say hello in the chat. There's 15 people sat in the Steam chat alone, let alone on Twitch and on YouTube and wherever else. We want you to say hi. I
wonder how many of them can't type.
yeah. So McFly also had the problem where they couldn't type. So if you're having problems typing, go to the Discord. McFly, you got an eye on the Discord, perchance? Could you have an eye on the Discord?
Can.
See if anyone...
Hi, Discord. Which channel?
Go to Hack the Planet. If you're in the Steam chat and you can't tap, go into type. If you're in the Steam chat and you can't type, go to Hack the Planet in our Discord, which is discord.gg/Sameapus. I'll type it in. And type in there, and McFly will relay your messages. Because McFly couldn't type in here either for some reason.
Yep. Steam doesn't let me.
What have you done for Steam to ban you from typing in our chat?
Well, yeah, kind of my job is to kind of poke at things and then see how they fall apart.
Oh, so you've done that on your Steam account?
No, if people ask me what I'm doing, I'm just like usually saying I'm just like poking at things and then they break, and so I tried to chat in here and it broke. So maybe that's kind of just an occupational hazard.
Oh, okay. It wasn't something you'd actually done. You're just
no.
The Midas touch of security problems.
Like, if you're around computers, you possibly know the feeling that you have to fix other people's computer quite often.
Yeah.
Right? Something doesn't work, you're being called in and being asked, like, fix this. And then you sit down at the computer and just, like, try to do the same thing that they did, and everything works. And I'm not blaming people anymore. I just say, like, some people just have kind of this type of golden fingers.
Yep.
So maybe I have that with computers, but when it comes to web applications and stuff like that, I seem to have rather the opposite. So whatever I touch and it's a web application has the tendency to kind of break.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I took that, I smiled, and I made it my job. So.
But yeah, we want your questions, especially about modding, especially about this project, especially how you can get involved, especially how, if you're involved with a different hacker conference, collective, group, event, whatever, how you can sort of spin off of this and maybe involve your hacker scene some way, shape or form. We want to hear about that, right, McFly?
Yeah.
Because
and if you're running a village, yes, if you're running a village specifically and this is a C camp, we want to hear from you on short notice.
There you go. Just trying to check that there's no other shipping container stuff. I think I've got most of them all. So one of the things that we're going to find is that a shipping container that is usually like 9 foot by 40 foot or 9 foot by 20 foot is going to feel tiny with a third person camera. I can promise you that much.
Again?
Basically, shipping container sort of dimensions are going to feel tiny inside for a player.
To put, please, 2 containers back to back with them.
Oh, is that how it worked?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they were kind of back and back with the long side next to each other, and the doors come out of the sides of the container and go away from each other.
Okay. You know what? I did have a really complex version of it. Have a version of this is going to take
Twitter, the discussion started on which kind of rum to take for chunk. Basically, it doesn't matter. Like, I had good chunks with cheap rum. Mostly what's used is Havana Club. But I also had really fancy chunks with the Kraken rum.
Yep.
And that also works.
My favorite rum, El Dorado rum from Guyana. Lots of people haven't had that. That is a fantastic rum. Mount Gay rum from Barbados, also very good rum.
I do not have both of them.
Look for El Dorado Gold from Guyana. It's not easy to find. I had it when in Guyana, which is how I know of it. But then a good friend of mine, her mum was Guyanese, and her dad used to just keep a lot of Guyanese rum around, and he like I went over there to work on something with her, a project with my friend, and at lunch for some reason, I don't know what come up. It was like, I think something about Guyana came up in conversation, and I was like, I said, "Oh, I've been there."
If you stay away from the 25 and the 50-year-old El Dorado rum, that's not even that cheap.
Not even that cheap, or not
And
even
not
expensive.
expensive.
Yeah.
Not even that expensive. Like
Yeah.
the 12-year one is like 30 euros.
Yeah, it's seriously high quality. It's because no one knows about it. It's one of those ones that's not gotten trendy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's good. I went over there to work, and like my friend's dad at lunchtime, once he realized that I knew what El Dorado rum was, he was like, "Well, we're drinking some with lunch." So I'm drinking a load of El Dorado rum at lunchtime on a work day, which was fun.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I've got a problem here in that there's a version of these shipping containers that, well, maybe I just need to assemble my own, because I've got shipping container parts as well. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Make one from scratch, potentially. Accessible, wider, flat, simple, box. There's all kinds of shipping containers, but I need to find one that I can disassemble to make into all of the stuff. Alright, yeah, that's all the parts. Locks, small, accessible. I bet you the version that I had that was... Do you know what's happened is, we've been classic game developers and we've gone, well, we seem to only be using the outside of the shipping containers, and we're never going to do anything more advanced with that, so we'll just make them into proper boxes and simplify it all out. And then what inevitably has happened is now I need all of the separate walls for them, but I've removed it.
It looks like you have a lot of different types of shipping containers meanwhile.
Yeah, I know, but they're all kind of the same in, like,
yep.
So the difference
That's
is
the problem in there.
these ones don't have an accessible inside. These are just shipping containers, right? These ones are accessible. They have lockable or openable doors on the ends, but just on this end. So I can open these ones up. I think this is the one I'm going to have to use, basically. But I need to...
I think you just need
get
a
rid of this
box,
wall.
basically.
Well,
like,
yeah.
The doors is nice, but like the doors are on the sides.
Yeah, well,
So
that's
the doors are not on the inside, and I think it would blow it up. So at the moment, I would just like take a box, paint it white, and like write toilets on that, and there we go.
Yeah, and then we can work from there. Yeah, well, let's do that then. Let's skip through that by doing that. So, Pro Builder it is. So should we set ourselves an objective, one that doesn't take too long, like in terms of what we want to achieve before we wrap up the stream?
Yeah, like I think I'm trying to prevent here at the moment is to kind of escalate completely time-wise.
Yep.
Because we totally would, because we never do that right. Never ever.
Well, it's okay, but yeah. Right, so this isn't going to be double-sided though, is it? For now, I guess we'll...
You shouldn't try to use the word nightmare when you're trying to get people into playing with this more often.
Well, you know what I mean.
Sure.
That's got two sides to it, at least. Right. So we want to cut a hole out in the middle, you say? So the doors were sort of at the side, sort of centrally at the side?
No, there's just like, I think 8 doors at the side.
But they were right in the middle?
Yeah, just next to each other.
Yep.
And behind each door was one toilet.
Oh, from the outside? There wasn't like a single door from the outside. There was each door.
No. There was like 8 doors on the outside, and directly behind that you have then.
Were they all metal?
Toilet. This is completely stainless steel.
Wow.
So it's usually used on music festivals, and I think it's intended to also be used on, well, the stereotype in me would say metal festivals, but I do know how things happen on Wacken, and
what was the word?
Nice.
Wacken.
Wacken.
Is that a metal festival?
Yes, it's the biggest metal festival in the world, and it's in North Germany in the summer, usually.
Nice.
And there is a tiny village that just turns into, since 30 years or so, turns into a metal festival, and every proper metal band has played there.
Right.
And a lot of the infrastructure that's being used on those festivals, we actually use also on the CCC camp. So the infrastructure being used is very much alike.
Yep. Well, I can put these shipping container doors on here for now. Give it a sense of what it was. So, I mean, like, would they be a meter apart like that, or would they be much closer to each other?
No, that kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make it 8, and then it will fit.
Well, I think for the sake of the game, it might be better if they are 6, because otherwise they're going to be quite small rooms for people to go into if they are at all.
Yeah, no, that works. That's
and so what, there's like the same the other side? Is that how it works?
Yes. And technically speaking, this is 2 containers sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
And you spoke about getting yourself a whiskey, so I will try to do the same.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Well, I will make this toilet work while you...
Okay. Then let me mute myself, so... See you in a moment.
See you in a moment. So, for those of you at home that are just picking up on this, we are building the toilet blocks in the CCC 19 hacker camp. Not necessarily the sexiest of things that we could have chosen to do, but it's what we've chosen to do. So that's that. 295 Rubly asks, what was your largest pop culture inspiration for the game? Do you like movies like Sneakers, Hackers, Mr. Robot TV series? Which one is your favourite? Well, the answer is always Hack the Planet, to answer a question like that. Hackers for sure. I mean, like, it's pretty much every hacker I know loves hackers. I haven't met a hacker worth their salt that dislikes hackers. People who go, it's so unrealistic, have entirely missed the point. Partly because it might have been unrealistic in its sort of like psychedelic visualizations of what hacking is or isn't. But in terms of like basic principles, it had some accuracies, and certainly kind of in terms of representation of hacker culture. So hackers for sure. I mean, I actually really like Mr. Robot. I think Mr. Robot is pretty clever. I think sometimes it kind of went a little bit kind of into InfoSec researcher wet dream territory with the kind of elaborate hacks, like probably to take down the biggest organization in the world, like isn't going to require some of the stuff required in that show. Sneakers I haven't seen, I really need to see. But yeah, so all of those. I love hacker pop culture when done correctly, and the ones you've listed are all right up there, I would say. Hopefully that answers your question. I think the next question, actually going back at you, 295 Rubly, like, what's your favourite pop culture reference to hackers? Because that's just as important as what's mine.
Are we at Hackers the movie or at Hackers the scene?
Hackers the movie. The question was, what pop culture reference, what's the largest pop culture inspiration for the game?
Hack the Planet.
Yep. That was my answer. That was my answer. I mean, like, you can't really say anything other than hackers, right? I mean...
Yeah, and some quotes in there are also hilarious. So,
it's a weird one, right? Because I think the reason that hackers is so important is it represents the innocence of hacking that most people first got involved in it through, if that makes sense. You know, the kind of pure joy of exploration and that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I don't think that gets done very often in any media about hackers. You know? It's like, generally speaking, it's like black hat or like anarchist. Like, it's just one or the other.
Yeah. So there was I just saw the reference in there and the different movies in there. I do like Sneakers. I do like the movie Hackers. I recommend the movie 23.
Yeah, 23 is awesome.
Nothing is how it nichts ist wie es scheint. I don't know how it's in English. It's a German movie with Nothing is how it seems. It's a German movie with English subtitles, and this is really, really, really cool. Yep. The one that I don't like too much is Mr. Robot.
Yeah.
I know I'm pissing off a huge amount of fans with that now, and I'm awfully sorry for that.
That's fair enough.
I never got a fan of Mr. Robot, I have to say.
What's your reasoning?
It's trying to be close, but also really far away from how it feels for me hacking is. Mm-hmm. Like, I might be wrong with that, right?
I think the problem is Mr. Robot is full of like the most elaborate hacks, and that's what makes it kind of feel distant. Does that make sense? It's like it's like being. It's that thing where someone's been clever for the sake of being clever sometimes. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I still can't send in the chat. So yes, 23 was about Karl Koch. Yeah, I just like the personalities played in there, that everything is around crimes. and like real crimes and not lol crimes.
Yeah, there's
So
not much
I do see
actual
that,
lol crimes in there, that's for sure.
Yes, and for me, the hacker scene is mostly more about lol crimes
Yeah.
than about real proper crimes. And like it gives the feeling that somebody explained, but the activists, they all do some kind of hacking and this and that. And then some kind of movie director said, yeah, nobody believes in that kind of crimes. It needs to be proper crimes.
Yeah.
And that's just not how the vast majority of the hacker scene is. It's just like, the lols in the crimes being done is just way more important. Like, I mean, I know close to nobody that hacked illegally to make money.
Yeah.
And I know tons of people who
hacked illegally for lulz or for
activismus. Yes,
reason.
For political things or for activism. And for some of them, it's even hard to tell what was now the reason for that. Was it lol crimes? Was it really for the lols?
Scratching the itch.
Yeah. Or was it for the activism and just showing that you can't secure yourself?
Usually, right? Yeah. I mean, that's fundamentally...
No, the people that kind of we both... no. I think they did it mostly for the lols and also trying to show that how different people perceived it is not how it is.
Yeah.
So it was mostly to make a point.
Yeah.
And you could argue if the point was mostly to kind of just, annoy people or bring other people to laugh or whatever out of this, but for sure it was funny.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good enough reason to dislike Mr. Robot. I think that's sort of somewhat, I think the sort of po-faced seriousness that comes through in it is very much kind of obvious in many ways. But it was gripping, and it did, I think, you got to remember, these things aren't for us; they're for the general public. If that makes sense, and it helped move the needle a little bit from that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something else that Rubly said here that I want to pick up on. I really like the Ed Piskor graphic novel WYSIWYG. It was inspired by the story of Kevin Mitnick and other real-life hackers. I agree. I think that's a fantastic comic, actually. Have you seen WYSIWYG, McFly?
No, I don't know what it is. I'm just threw it into Google.
Yeah, I have to get a copy to you. It's really well written, and it's like it takes a load of hacker stories from the kind of late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, and combines them in as if it was just one character. Does that make sense? So a lot of Mitnick stuff is in there. A lot of was it Kevin Poulsen? Who was the guy that rang up the who basically managed to call the radio show to get all of the phone lines blocked so that they could be the 1000th caller and win the Porsche. Remember that one?
No, I
think it's Kevin Poulsen.
But that would make sense to have that kind of loans. By the way, for the one who asked, I now have a Highland Park Einer.
And someone asked what whiskey you've got.
I think that is... That should be
the reason I took so long was because I decided to make myself Manhattan. And I was like, where is my Martini Rosso? Right, toilet block kind of roughly sort of together. We need dividing walls in it, I suppose, so I guess I'll make that quickly.
And and we need toilets. But you said you have toilets.
We have toilets, yeah. Let's attach a base here.
I have the feeling we should have doubled it at the end.
What do you mean?
The 2 blocks there.
Made it longer at the end here.
No, that's like 2 containers.
Hmm.
And at the moment, you're kind of basically applying the work from one container to the other after that.
Oh yeah, that's kind of what I was doing. I'll find a way to. Yeah, I'll just push these walls. I've already done the duplication for the walls by flipping around. It's too bad. Doors. Wall. All done. Okay. Put some in next door. Marijuana's back. Alright, I'm back. Boys, I got a song for y'all. I don't know. It's also called Milliways. Milliways song. I won't be able to play it on the stream, I don't think. Well,
I will be able to play it on my one here.
let's see. I might just we'll play a brief bit of it. Stellar Drone Milliways Space Ambient. Let's see. Oh, it's super chilled out. It sounds like.
Oh, it's Stellar
Drone.
Drone.
Yep. Nice. Right, I will listen to that later and make sure that it doesn't end up stopping me from doing the rest of the stream. Because all kinds of funny stuff will happen. I'll just retweet your chunk recipe, McFly, while I'm in my web browser. But what kind of rum? Right. So, I was duplicating these. By the way, I'm doing this like dirty and fast, and we'll end up.
Yeah, we'll have to clean it up.
Yep.
I can already see that coming.
But it gives an impression. I mean, that's the thing. We want scale, right? The whole point is we need to bash this stuff out nice and quickly, and get people making stuff in it and it feeling alive and real. Okay, cool. Right. Toilets.
I kind of would like to post something in the off-grid chat now, so...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I can post, but still not send. So
Tell
I'll send
me what
to
you want.
you in the... Yes.
Yep.
For me, the Milliway soundtrack, weirdly, is always this other YouTube movie that I think we also can't play. So you might want to pass that on to the chat.
Well, send me the link and I'll see what
I did in your signal.
Oh,
any other way?
Put it in the other way. In
this one?
Yeah.
Or so many ways of chatting.
Oh yeah. The Eagles.
So to give them background, that is from the soundtrack of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
What, the movie? The more recent one?
Yes. Well, I think it is also in the old one. That is the only song in the soundtrack that you will find in the BBC series and in the newer one. And this one, kind of from the whole movie, gave me most of the feeling of Milliways, and we traditionally sometimes played in really loud on the sound systems. So I have a tape version of it. Because...
Well, I'll turn it off for copyright reasons, but I had enough of everything else going on, and I don't think our video will get taken down because of it. We'll see.
Because Milliways is all nerds, so we have a big music system that is actually also in the mod. That is blasting music over the Milliways, and this was played in the camp 2019 by tapes, like cassette tapes.
Yep. So I got a question. Do we want normal toilets, or do we want IoT toilets?
No. Do you know what? Let's take one IoT toilet and the rest normal toilet.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right.
I really would love to chat on the Steam chat, but like for some reasons they don't let me.
We all know why. We all know why.
I'm not hacking anything anymore if I'm not paid for it.
What was the name of the German hacker who hacked Valve and then was abruptly the guy who released Half-Life 2? He was from Germany.
I don't know
his name. But he got caught out, and they pretended they had a job offer for him. Max Gamble, yeah, there you go. They pretended they wanted to hire him, and then they basically just
sent the police after him.
The police after him, exactly. Well, they kind of had the FBI waiting to arrest him. They bought his plane ticket and everything.
Well, he was arrested in his house, so it's not the FBI. It's
what
boring old German police.
No, but they arrested him to stop the FBI from arresting him, like for his own good. Like
that could very much be because in Germany, if you get arrested and convicted, like if you see a judge in Germany for hacking, the outcome, which is measured in years, is less horrible than in the US.
So I think...
But we can still see the examples, like the Brits of the LOLsec, for example, are now walking around and giving talks, and Jeremy Hammond is still in jail for quite a while.
Iceman says, whoa, that map looks huge, it'll be fun to play around. Amerijuanica says, gonna pump those vibes out later, only one by the Stellar drone. Only the one, after the one by the Stellar drone. Iceman, yeah, I mean, like, if you want to check it out yourself, you can go to the GitHub for it, right? GitHub, McFly, Off-Grid mod. I'll find the right one, I guess. You've got an old one that's called the Milliways mod as well. You should probably delete that repo so that people don't get... There we go. Oh, did that paste or not? Yep. That's the mod.
Yeah, that's the right one.
But you want to delete the other one, I guess, as soon as you get a moment.
Me?
Yeah.
I have two.
Do you?
Oh, the clone of...
Got the one called Milliways. I think these look like they're probably a bit big. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build the level, and we'll go and have a walk around it and see whether we can get away with making it smaller.
Yeah, indeed, there is an off-grid Milliways mod.
Yeah.
Can I depublish it?
I just nuke it. Orbit.
Yeah, like it.
Yep. like it from orbit. No, don't like it. We don't mention those words anymore.
Are you playing music in there?
Yep. You can, people at home can hear the off-grid soundtrack. Build is making itself. By the way, if anyone is unaware as of yet, the off-grid soundtrack is written by a couple of people. One, our sound designer Jonas, and two, a musician called Lyndon Holland, who is a BAFTA-winning musician. He won a BAFTA for his soundtrack to the game Virginia. So, and if you're into that stuff, we've made a SoundCloud specifically to host our some of our tunes from
So
off-grid.
let's hope the other ones are still there.
Hope
Yep.
what other ones?
Only the bad one going. Yeah, I'm good with deleting actually the wrong thing.
Oh, right. Yep. So, people who want access to a couple of songs from off-grid, there's the SoundCloud. Oh, yep, there you go. Everything's taking a little while to drop. Right, looks like that has built. Let's get in there and have a little walk around. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've already...
Let's move it to the right place. Can you zoom out a bit?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run over there, but it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, just like to the right. Yes, somewhere where your mouse pointer is. A bit further in there. That's
it's in the wrong
triangle
place,
above the kink. Yes.
Over here.
Yes, like a bit, or like this area basically over there.
Well,
But
we'll
it
do
doesn't
that
matter.
afterwards.
We'll see.
We'll run around and
Yeah.
see the scale first.
You commit and push, and I push it around then.
Yeah. Oh, that's a long way to go for a piss if you're over the other side of the camp.
Well, gladly this wasn't the only one. That was just the closest one to Milliways.
Even a long way from Milliways, really. Oh, that seems about the right size to me. I don't think it can be any smaller.
No.
It looks a bit... the toilets are too small, is what it is. I need to get those models changed.
I think the toilets need to be something like 20% bigger, but also not more.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. The colliders are wrong. So, but that gives us something to work with, doesn't it? It's, starting to get there. I guess we'll put a toilet in each of those, and we'll take the collider off and just go from there.
Yeah.
Cool.
It would be nice if you could walk through the walls by colliders.
If you couldn't.
Yeah, like it would really suck if you're sitting in a toilet and somebody walked through the wall next to you.
Yes, it would. But, well, I don't know, actually. Let's see. Might have that all together already. We just take this box collider off for a start. I think I've done it correctly. These walls will already have colliders on them. Yep. This end one might. But best bet would probably be to delete the space. Switch to the next one. Just kind of... Yep, that'll do. I really don't want to have to muck around with the models, because the thing is, I'm going to have to go and change this anyway. In the actual game, and what will happen is I'll change the model by 20%, and then if we change these by 20%, everything will be 20% too big. So I'll leave them for now, I guess.
Yeah, that works. I'll push around the whole thing.
Where was the hand washing area?
On the left face of the container block.
Okay.
Go to the left. Go to the left.
Like over here.
Yeah. Yes. On the outside, over the whole width.
Was it a long square thing?
It was basically, yeah, something like what I see there on the side. Like 2 of them stretched out to the whole width actually would fit.
Do that.
Yeah, in those cases, I would just kind of expand them by 20% in the length, but I think you don't like that when I do that.
No, don't. We should, I mean, we should get everything in place roughly how it should be without doing too much of that kind of scaling stuff, because it causes problems down the line. And get everything in place and then go, oh, this should all really be messed around with, and then we go, well, maybe we should just make different models that fit, stuff like that. Right, so where is this supposed to be?
If you move your mouse cursor a bit to the right, there's this dark green triangle, basically at the, yeah, there, a bit above that.
Up here?
Yes.
This one? Or here?
Actually, no, go somewhere else. I have the event phone map. Yeah, where you can at the, this is has multiple corners. At the lower part you have basically a triangle of the now yellow thingy. No,
Yeah.
up,
Oh.
up,
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yep, there.
In
Yep, in this triangle.
Okay. And what, along, it matched with, it was parallel to the path?
The washing area is to the left of us, and we are looking against the doors. So it had to be turned 90 degrees clockwise.
How is there a... All of these. God, do you know what? Just missing 1 year of hacker camps, or you know, whatever else, it just feels like ages until the next time something like this is going to happen. Because of VM.
Yes.
Sucks. So I guess that was my question. Like, this is going over here, right? But was it parallel to the path? As in, was it
No,
like
only
this?
that one container.
Yeah, I know.
Can you
I've
zoom
moved
out
the
a
other.
bit?
Yep.
Can you zoom out a bit? No, to 90 degrees clockwise.
Like that.
And then the washing areas should be on the left side. That looks a lot better. I will drag it around a bit anyway, but...
Yeah. Okay. Well, at some point, like, we can work out getting panels of these container walls together so that actually you can move. Let's look at. But these are here for reference now, anyway, and they can be used around, you know, in other places.
Yep.
So that gives us some basic toilets. I haven't put the toilets in the other side, so I guess I need to. Okay. It's there or thereabouts. It's good enough. Toilet-like. Anyway. Cool. Is there anything else we want to add before wrapping up?
No, I think that is a good point to wrap up. Like, it's 8 till 1, so...
Yeah.
Assuming the normal length, that means we roughly have 10 minutes, which means we can now remove the other containers. What we could do is make a wall around that, like there was an L-shaped wall.
Made out of what, like some kind of fencing?
That was made out of woods, and there was stuff projected on in the night. And on the day, it was more... It had a painting on that, and in the night people projected things on that.
Okay.
Like, one of the things that is possibly a bit worth explaining is you can make art and beauty on a campsite.
Oh yeah.
So imagine camping between trees. And imagine taking like a strap to put I think you should also put the toilet that we just built in the reserve area, because we will need it.
Well, I think you'll be able to, more likely we'll work on it more, and then we'll duplicate the entire prefab actually.
I will try to find a picture. But one of the things that is actually interesting there is imagine camping between trees, putting disco balls between the trees, and then illuminate them with PR spotlights. That gives a very, very much amazing view. And I don't know if I can quickly find it, but I'm having a specific image in my mind, which I will send you a picture of, that you can maybe share even.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat here. Yep. That is really, for me, kind of an essence of how it looks on a hacker camp.
Yeah. Yep. So For those of you at home, this is what McFly is referring to. Kind of ambient lights, disco balls, LEDs, kinds of stuff. Trees kind of with light cast all over them. We'll get there. Certainly going to be able to go in that direction. I think having both the daytime and the nighttime one will... Right, what do you want to do for these walls to block the place in? McFly, you still there? You're muted at the moment.
That explains so much.
Yep.
A 3 meter high or 3.50 meter high walls, roughly 150% of the length of the container in length and width, to the left and to the bottom, so towards the walkway.
Okay.
And if you have placed those, I can then make. When you have pushed, I can shovel it around.
Yep. That's bizarre. Oh, okay. Oh, that is bizarre. Jitsi is showing me, luckily stream isn't. Jitsi is showing me your signal. Oh, is it because your screen, are you looking at it at Unity at the same time and screen sharing back?
I had Jitsi open, signal open on that screen that is actually going there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's fine. I to be honest, I was just slightly worried because I thought that was my screen. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is a bit confusing because this is my signal with you, so it actually would make sense that you think it's your screen. But looking over it, not a lot of value in there.
No. Well, it wasn't anything that streamed at that. I was just mildly confused. Brief.
Yeah, it's midnight here, right? For you.
Yep, and it's I stopped streaming last night at 5 AM and then I slept till my little boy woke me up, so not particularly long.
So like 5:30.
I think it was more like 8:30, but still on about 3 hours sleep at the moment. Right, so there's Millerways. What does this kind of fence look like, or whatever that you're talking about?
The fence is parallel to the containers.
Yep.
It's higher, and
Bit higher
it's
than the
100.
containers.
Yes, and it's 150% width of the length. Like it's L-shaped around the containers. Around
the path or around the back?
No, that you have a walkway of like 2.5 meters distance. So I'd say the width of a normal container. I really need to learn how to move those around then.
You mean Pro Builder stuff, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't take you too long. So what, like, obviously it doesn't go onto the path like that. Here?
Yeah, like, I think in this case it's best to make it U-shaped because you see that we don't have anything on the other side yet. So just here and then to the left and behind the container up again.
Okay. something like that. But obviously not quite
Yeah,
as close.
and a bit longer. Yes, and a bit longer, and the other side up.
The other side up, as in.
Yes, like U-shaped. Originally, it's
going both
more
sides.
L-shaped because on the right side there is actually there is bushes. But if you just leave it this way and push it, I will fix it to my memory.
Okay. I haven't checked back to see if we've got any questions. No, looks like everyone's okay. So... that kind of thing, basically.
Yeah.
For the block.
Yeah, we'll be dragging and pushing this around a bit.
There we go. Or less right. Cool. Well, moment of truth then, I suppose. Let's build it. Oh, while we are building, I suppose now is the time to say thanks to everyone for stopping by. Thanks, McFly, for coming in and doing a bit of modding and talking about all things Hacker Camp with us.
Welcome.
Hopefully a few people have learnt a few things. We had a few nice interactions in the chat, so I think people were engaged by it.
Hopefully people that are interested in the InfoSec scene will show up to CCC events like Let It Be the Camp or the Congress, or to American events like the Hope Conference or DEF CON or Tour Camp, which is the American Hacker Camp.
Yep.
That's also EMF Camp. Like, there's a lot of events where you possibly want to go. EMF Camp is a good one. The BroCon is a good one. I'd like to mention the ScotCon from the Scottish in Aberdeen here. Balcon is a good one. So there's a lot of nice and good events that are community driven and not basically paid for by the industry, that are really worth going to.
Yep. Video game industry kind of needs that. Needs more community driven stuff. Everything is all commercial. Well,
yeah, I can
not
see
all
that.
commercial. There is one guy, actually, you might know him because he's been to Millerways. A guy called David Hayward. But he's he runs games events. He runs the kind of indie stuff at Rezzed and Eurogamer, which is called Left Field Collection, sponsored by Sega. But he runs lots of kind of events that are paid for by corporate sponsors in some occasions, but done for the community for free.
I think I know that guy.
Yeah, he's really nice guy, David Hayward. He's been to Millerways, definitely. He's organised stuff. Right? Yeah, exactly. He's organised stuff alongside EMF. So you know did you go to the weird video games container thing last time?
I did.
I don't think he was behind that directly, but he helped curate it and help the person who did it put it together, because he's always involved with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But he runs a thing called Feral Vector, which is a community video games retreat thing out in the woods up north. That's about the only kind of community-run thing I can think of. A Maze Festival in Berlin is more community, but it is also a kind of indie prize thing, so it's got its own hype around it, which, you know, if you're linked to an award ceremony, you're part of the commercial hype thing, even if you don't want to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I see the point of
search. Right, looks like the build is done. Start. Build. Go. Rubly says, thanks, see you tomorrow. So Rubly, see you tomorrow as in you're going to come swing by the stream in the evening tomorrow night? That will be good. That'll be a bit more of this kind of thing, essentially, with hopefully Pathfinder and Lowry and, well, any of the others, really. If we can get Darren and March and a couple, a whole bunch of them along, what do you reckon, McFly?
Yeah, it would be nice to get them in there.
I'll
try to be there.
The pub.
But yes.
You got other things that might get in the way.
No, the moving of the Milliways was moved by a week, so I'm fine.
Well, it'd be good if you can. It's because I've titled it Hacker Hangout, so I want as many of us in there as we can. It's a big fun chat.
Yeah.
I've left a collider on here, but we walked in it before.
Yeah.
So that gives a rough impression of this thing.
Yep, I think that's a good start.
Cool. Alright, well, on that note, yeah, thanks to everyone. Rubly, we'll see you. Rubly says yes, that is what they're referring to. Yeah, we'll see you at the Hacker Hangout tomorrow night then. Thanks very much for hanging out with us. And, well, I guess to everyone else who's watching, make sure you do all the kind of like, subscribe, etc. stuff that is clearly an important facet of what we're trying to achieve here with Off Grid. The more people that buy Off Grid, the more people are likely to pick up the game and make mods, which I think is, pretty important. So do whatever you can to spread the word. If you like what you've seen tonight, tweet about it, Instagram it, TikTok it, whatever. Like, just find a way to share it with your friends who are like-minded to you, and make sure you get them to wishlist the game on Steam. That's really important to us. It makes a big difference for us in terms of our kind of metrics, knowing how and where we need to target our marketing of the game and all those kinds of dirty words that come with making a commercial project. So do get everyone you possibly can to wishlist the game. It makes a big difference to how the game launches, essentially. On that note, thanks very much all. Have a good night, McFly. Sleep well.
Yes. Have a good night, all of you.
Yep. And I'll see you tomorrow then, McFly, yeah?
See you.
Night, everyone.
Good night and bye.